We have to get the slides up there, then. I think.
I don't know. That's fine.
Maybe it's sort of kind of. So, welcome to the afternoon session of the Third International Conference on Respiratory Disease and Care. I'm Dr. Emanuel Goldman. I'm going to give the keynote address, and then right after, we'll immediately proceed into the afternoon session, which is potential indoor air treatments to prevent disease transmission. So my talk is entitled "The Mistaken Belief that Fomites Play a Significant Role in Transmission of Respiratory Diseases." Now, there have been a lot of careers that were built on fomites and the assertion that it could transmit respiratory diseases. It took a pandemic for us to start to take that down. The scientific community has long considered fomites significant vehicles for transmission of respiratory viruses. But the scientific basis was mostly survival of viable viruses on surfaces monitored over a period of time. The presence of virus genetic material on surfaces was also considered supporting evidence. And this was the conventional wisdom during the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic. Now, as I'm sure everyone here knows, the causative agent of the COVID-19 is SARS-CoV-2. And in the case of SARS-CoV-2, the virus survival experiments were not representative of real-world conditions. Recovery of viral RNA was found, but that was misleading because the RNA quality was generally too poor to suggest live virus being present. Further, during the year when everyone was masked in the pandemic, influenza virtually disappeared. It was astonishing. And this is something that people have not paid enough attention to. The common cold, which is a respiratory illness, experiments 35 years ago show that fomites were not significantly involved in the transmission of the common cold. And as I'll go over later on in the talk, near the end of the talk, the data that said that rhinoviruses were transmitted by fomites included actual experiments where they were experimentally gave the common cold to someone by having them touch a surface and then touch their noses. That's in the literature. And yet, even in that case, with that kind of gold standard type of evidence, it's wrong. It's not the way it's done. It can happen, but very, very rarely. That's not the way it really is transmitted in real life. And for other respiratory viruses, the evidence is similarly weak. And that's the argument I'm going to be making today. But let's start with SARS-CoV-2 and COVID-19. That's how I got into this. SARS and STARS are kind of similar in sound. Okay. And so I coined the term SARS Wars. But actually, I found on a Google search someone else had done that before anyway. There's nothing new under the sun. But, and the reason I called it a war was because we really had two camps here. We had people advocating fomites and people advocating aerosols. Now, the fomites people acknowledged that aerosols were also a part of it, but they thought fomites were a big part of it. So just to read you the slide here, if you haven't had a chance, and this was designed to look like the Star Wars intros in the movies. A long time ago, on a continent far, far away, a new virus appeared, threatening life on Earth as we know it. As people worldwide scrambled to protect themselves from infection, competing narratives as to how the virus was transmitted emerged. Early in the pandemic, the fomites were ascendant, and everyone was advised to disinfect surfaces and be careful of what they touched. As more and more research results were obtained, the aerosols began to fight back. And this commentary today updates the current status of these wars. Well, the first movie in the Star Wars series is called The Phantom Menace, and I would label the fomites as the Phantom Menace. Here's where we began. March 29th, 2020, World Health Organization. Modes of transmission of virus causing COVID-19. Avoid touching surfaces. Clean surfaces regularly with standard disinfectants. CDC, the Centers for Disease Control. April 8th, 2020, early in the pandemic. Provide tissues, no-touch trash cans, hand soap, alcohol-based sanitizer containing at least 60% alcohol, disinfectants, disposable towels, and so on. And how did all this manifest? This was the public health advice to the people in the world. On the internet, March 30th, 2020. Here's how to clean your groceries during the COVID-19 outbreak. You know, and you have people putting bleach on lettuce. I mean, good grief. Well, that's where we were. What was all this based on? On a personal anecdotal level, my mother-in-law was nagging me, clean the groceries, clean the mail, and it got on my nerves. And so I decided to look into what's the scientific basis for this. And what I found appalled me. The basis was flimsy, very, very flimsy. Some of it came from studies with the original SARS coronavirus, the one that caused the epidemic 2002, 2003, 2004. And now it's renamed SARS-CoV-1. So this paper said that you had 6 days survival of SARS on surfaces, but the experiments were done by placing 10 to the 7th, that's 10 million virus particles on the surface being tested. You do that and you wait 6 days on the surface of choice and you find some viruses left. Another paper 2 years even earlier that had a 4-day survival using 1 million infectious particles on the surface. Those were all with the original SARS coronavirus. With the new one, SARS-CoV-2, this paper was very influential. It came out of NIH. Aerosol and surface stability of SARS-CoV-2 is compared with SARS-CoV-1. It's published online in the middle of March 2020. And they found longer survival, up to 2 days on surfaces, 3 days in aerosols, generated in the laboratory. But again, they used a large inoculum. Now, this was a very influential paper in shaping the advice from public health experts, and has been very widely cited, enormous number of citations. One good thing they did in this paper is that they introduced the concept of half-life, that the virus decays with a predictable half-life depending on the surface. Now, most scientists, I certainly think of half-life as applying to radioactive decay. What half-life means is that in a certain interval of time, half of what was there is gone and half remains. And then you repeat that interval of time, and half of what was left is gone, and half of what was left remains, or a quarter, and then an eighth, and then a 16th, and so on, ad infinitum, until you get down to, in this case, less than 1 virus particle remaining on the surface. And so they published the half-lives of SARS-CoV-2 and SARS-CoV-1. And if you look on cardboard, they reported a half-life of 3 hours for SARS-CoV-2 on cardboard, and they started out with 10,000 particles. So it takes about 40 hours until you get less than 1 virus particle remaining. But if you had 50 particles instead of 10,000, you're rid of it in 17 hours. The original SARS virus, the one from 2002, 3, and 4, had a one hour half-life on cardboard. So even with 10,000 virus particles, it would be gone in half a day. So the take-home message from this slide is that the larger the inoculum, the longer the virus will survive on the surface. And that's because you have more half-lives to go through until you get down to less than one virus particle left. So the question is, for these experiments to be relevant to real life, what is the proper inoculum size? Now, at the time I was doing my literature search, there really wasn't anything in the literature for SARS-CoV-2, and actually there still really isn't very much, I don't think. But there was data for flu and for influenza virus in aerosols. A droplet in the air was found to have between 10 and 100 virus particles by virtue of the viral RNA, the genetic material of the virus. The actual infectious virus particles in that droplet was even lower, less than 10. So one other, I thought, very important experiment that was ignored with the original SARS-CoV virus from 2002, 3, and 4. Dowell and coworkers did a very telling experiment. Instead of looking at artificially inoculated surfaces and seeing how long the virus survives, they went into an actual hospital ward and took smears from patients infected with SARS and put those smears on the surfaces in the room and then tested how much virus do they have on those smears. And you know what? They didn't find any live virus. All cultures showed no growth. They were a little confused by this result. They found the viral genetic material. Sorry, that's the wrong way here. They found the viral genetic material, but that means they did the experiment right. They actually got material from the patient that had virus in it and put it on the surface. But by the time it got to the surface and they measured that, what was left, nothing viable. No viable virus was left. So that's a big tip-off. So this experiment plus my analysis of the numbers, the numerology, led me to publish this paper in the Lancet. It's actually probably the main reason I'm standing here before you today. Exaggerated risk of transmission of COVID-19 by fomites. I actually sent this paper off to the Lancet on Star Wars Day, May the 4th, 2020. May the 4th be with you. And I didn't hear anything from the Lancet for 6 weeks, 7 weeks. I figured, oh, they're just not even going to bother to reject it. They're just not even going to tell me. So I'm thinking, well, who else should I send it to? And by the way, I first sent it to the New England Journal of Medicine, which published that other paper that I told you about, where they measured survival on the surfaces. But then I got a surprise email from the Lancet saying we're going to publish it. And they worked very hard with me to make sure all my numbers were 100% correct. And it was published. And that led to some attention. The press, the end of July, The Atlantic, a reporter named Derek Thompson, coined a term hygiene theater that's become relatively famous in and of itself. And that came in an interview that he had with me. And I pointed out to him, in order to get the amount of virus on a surface that people are saying leads to survival, you'd need as many as 100 people coughing or sneezing on the surface at the same time to replicate that. And as I said to Derek Thompson, those studies stack the deck to get a result that bears no resemblance to the real world. So a fair amount of press followed. Another really good story came out of Wired.com, a reporter named Gregory Barber, and he reinforced that. Finally, in February of 2021, Nature came around as well. They published a news feature, COVID-19 rarely spreads through surfaces, why are we still deep cleaning? And they published an editorial. Coronavirus is in the air, there's too much focus on surfaces. And they cited my Lancet paper and called upon public health authorities to stop emphasizing surfaces and talk about the air. And 2 months later, the CDC finally agreed. They changed their guidance and they said that the infection via fomite transmission route is low, generally less than 1 in 10,000. I think that's a very conservative estimate. I say it's less than 1 in a million. But that's, as the popular phrase goes, that it is what it is. And that's where we stood at this point. So, you know, can I sit down now? My lecture over? Are we done? Unfortunately, not, because the fomites struck back. Bunch of papers. Paper out of Australia. 28 days survival of infectious SARS-CoV-2 in subsurfaces. Headlines around the world. October of 2020. Review article. Uncovers the high potential for SARS-CoV-2 transmission through contaminated surfaces. November 2020. And the Chinese chipped in as well. They isolated infectious SARS-CoV virus from imported frozen cod packaging at their seaport. Now, they didn't find any in the supermarkets. They didn't find any when they looked downstream, but they were able to get it out of frozen packaging when it arrived. And I don't even have a slide in it, but people modeled like the Diamond Princess cruise ship, which had a SARS outbreak, and they said in their modeling, 30% of the infections were caused by fomites. You know, that's not the majority, but that's certainly not non-negligible. It's a lot of infections if that were true. So why are these studies wrong? Well, first, as I said before, the inoculums used were orders of magnitude too large. Also, the levels of virus found in samples, community samples, were determined by viral RNA and not by looking at infectious virus. And the viral RNA, as I said at the beginning of the lecture, tends to be very poor quality. The viral RNA is detected by a process called a polymerase chain reaction, PCR. And the better the quality of the virus, the fewer the cycles of PCR that you need to get a signal. And typically 20 or so, 20, 25 cycles maybe. You get up to 30 cycles or more of PCR, your viral RNA quality is poor. And that's what all these studies had. So viral RNA is not a valid surrogate for the presence of the virus. But going back to the kind of experiment that Dowell and coworkers did with the original SARS virus, if you actually go into hospitals again, this was done in Italy, it was done in Israel. Again, no live virus was found. And in community settings, again, no live virus, and also poor quality RNA. And here's another one. I was involved in this study. Surfaces are not relevant sources for transmission. Now, there's another factor here. I told you before about half-lives, and you need more half-lives to go through. Turns out even worse than that in terms of being an artifact. Another completely overlooked finding from the original SARS virus was that the survival on surfaces increases at the higher initial virus concentrations, but not just because there's more virus, but the virus protects itself from decay. So it's not only that you have more half-lives to go through, but you also extend the half-lives at the higher concentrations. So the half-lives no longer become a valid parameter. This is a paper with the original SARS virus. Look at the inoculums here. You've got 10 to the 4th, 10 to the 5th, 10 to the 6th. With 10 to the 4th, that's 10,000. On paper, it was gone in 5 minutes, less than 5 minutes. But if you do 1 million, it took 24 hours to get rid of it. Also, they use disposable gowns and cotton gowns. So I also directed experiments in my lab to ask the same question using a surrogate for SARS-CoV-2, a non-pathogenic surrogate, a virus called Phe6. It's an envelope virus, just like SARS is an envelope virus. And we found the same thing. If you have, in fact, no time, you just dry it and immediately look to see how much viable virus you have. You get 93% recovered if you start out with as little as 5,600. But if you cut down to 60, you've only got 2% recovered. You can see the same pattern throughout all of these times. There's 15 minutes drying, 30 minutes drying, 60 minutes drying. In every case, the most survival is with the highest inoculum, and the half-life is much bigger with the highest inoculum. The half-life decreases as you decrease the inoculum. So the half-life is not fixed. It's a function of virus concentration. Another reason why all those experiments are just wrong. They're basically artifacts. Now, what about that Australian study? 28 days, right? Well, they did that under optimal humidity and temperature, where humidity and temperature are variables and the virus is killed when it's dried out. They also kept the samples in the dark. The virus is killed by ultraviolet light. In sunlight, it's gone very quickly, but I think even any source of light, and physicists may be able to correct me, but I think any source of light has some ultraviolet in it. And that kills the virus. Also, the Australian study used bovine serum albumin mixed in with their SARS-CoV-2 samples. Well, that was already published, that protects the virus from environmental decay. And we actually saw something like that in our experiments too, not shown in the slide, but if we added LB medium, which contains tryptone broth, which is a high protein containing broth, then we could eliminate the differences at the different concentrations. So it's another source of manipulation of the results. Mucus is a hostile environment for virus survivals, and so the samples from mucus are less likely to have virus. And if you look in mucus, you have about a 3-hour half-life. Now, what about this Chinese report of live virus from frozen cod packaging? So that is maybe the most persuasive argument for the possible importance of fomite transmission. But for most of us in the real world, we're not going to deal with imported frozen packaging directly on receipt of the shipment. And when you go downstream, even to the supermarkets, no live virus was found. So yeah, if you want to get fomite transmission, if you work hard at it, you might be able to do it. And I'll actually show you an example of that later in the lecture, where that was actually documented. It can happen, but it doesn't happen very much in the real world. There was a case in South Korea where a building with over 1,000 occupants, call center in that building, I guess that's a place where people call us and ask us if we want to buy auto insurance or something like that. They had an outbreak of COVID-19, and everybody in the call center got it. But almost nobody else in the building got it. And if fomites were a significant source of transmission, you wouldn't have seen that. Other people in the buildings would have gotten it. You have to work hard to inoculate yourself with SARS-CoV-2. Here's a case where someone really worked hard. Thought to be only one reported transmission through contaminated surface by what's termed the, pardon me, snot oral route. According to the report, a person with COVID-19 in China blew his nose with his hand and then pressed a button in his apartment building elevator. A second resident in the building then touched the same button and flossed his teeth with a toothpick. Immediately thereafter, transferring the virus from the elevator button to his mouth. So, yeah, you can get it. You can get it by fomites. But if you're dumb, if you don't wash your hands, if you work real hard at it. Now, I promised you before I talk a little bit about rhinoviruses. So, published experiments had demonstrated that you could get an infection through fomites. You put rhinovirus, a large concentration on a surface, have a volunteer touch the surface, touch their noses, and they get the cold. But is that relevant to real-world conditions? And so a tremendous experiment was published in 1987. In this experiment, two groups of men, healthy volunteers and volunteers who were infected with rhinovirus, sick with the rhinovirus, they played poker for about 12 hours, long poker game. So one had the common cold, the other group was healthy. Now the healthy group were restrained, so they couldn't touch their faces, their eyes, their nose, or their mouths during this poker game. But the cards and the chips from the game were fully exposed to the people who were sick, coughing, sneezing, all over the place. And also the healthy volunteers who couldn't touch their faces. Then these experimenters took the contaminated cards and chips and put it in another room with all healthy volunteers and had them play poker with those cards and chips and told those healthy volunteers to touch their faces, their mouths, their eyes, their noses. And the result of this experiment is that the healthy volunteers who couldn't touch their eyes, nose, and faces, but were in the same room with the sick volunteers, they got sick. But the healthy volunteers that only had the fomites, the cards and the chips that were contaminated, they didn't get sick. There's no reason to expect that SARS-CoV-2, and now I would add to that, any respiratory virus would behave differently. And if anything, the enveloped coronaviruses are even more fragile than the cold virus, the rhinovirus, which is not an enveloped virus. On the other hand, there is good evidence for airborne transmission of SARS-CoV-2. Former colleague of mine, Kevin Fennelly, published an article about the infectious aerosols and the different particle sizes, and actually viable SARS-CoV-2, infectious SARS-CoV-2 was isolated in the air of a hospital room with COVID-19 patients. This got out of order here. Well, let's go back. So let's look at human respiratory viruses. Here's a table from a review article in 2021, last year. SARS-CoV-2 is going to be in this column of human coronavirus. Here's influenza, measles, RSV now in the news. And here's a herpes virus, that's a DNA virus. Here's the common cold, the rhinovirus, and another DNA virus, human adenovirus. Let's look at the rhinovirus. Is it infectious on surfaces? Yes, virus genetic material, all of these things check, including transmission in a laboratory environment. And yet the experiment, when you actually do it with patients, shows that you don't get transmission. Here's for the coronavirus, you've got just primarily, for most of these, this is where the evidence is. Infectious virus survival on experimentally contaminated surfaces. That's where the evidence is. And that's not good enough because of the way those experiments are done. There's just too much virus. So many scientists get it. In the journal Science in 2021, a major article appeared, Airborne Transmission of Respiratory Viruses. What they argue in this article is for transmission by the air, but what they don't do is eliminate fomites as a source. Okay, so they're arguing for airborne transmission. And that's also over here. And this paper, also in Science a couple of months earlier than that, that was primarily concerned with ventilation. So they were talking about the way to control respiratory infections is through ventilation. We're going to hear a talk in the next session about ventilation and other treatments for respiratory infection. And that leads me to my last slide, which is also a title of another one of the Star Wars movies, A New Hope. We just published a couple of months ago in the Journal of Infectious Diseases. The next frontier is indoor air treatment. This paper is titled Triethylene Glycol Can Be Pre-Deployed as a Safe Virus-Killing Indoor Air Treatment. And several of the authors are here. And this particular reagent, triethylene glycol, is used in a product called Grignard Pure. A disclosure, I am an unpaid scientific advisor to the Grignard Pure company, but it contains TEG. It's non-toxic, FDA approved in the air, and it's been safely used for years in the theater and in air fresheners. And so it is my hope that we can see our way out of this pandemic and future pandemics with air treatments. And the next session immediately following this talk will be describing a lot of this. Okay, I'm within time here. Summary. Transmission of SARS-CoV-2 by fomites in the pandemic has been virtually negligible. It's a virus you catch almost exclusively by breathing and not by touching. The design of laboratory experiments showing long-term survival of SARS-CoV-2 on fomites render those results irrelevant for real-life scenarios. Now, I'm not denying the possibility of transmission by surfaces. However, our thinking should consider surface transmission as no more than a minor component of COVID-19 infections. And to transmit by a surface, you need a fresh contamination, you need to touch it, you need to not wash your hands, and then you have to touch your face. And then you might be able to transmit it to yourself. And even that is limited because the efficiency of transfer of virus from fingers is not very good. It's about 15%. That's been measured. And there's also some evidence that if your fingers are virucidal, virus will die on your fingers. So even with all that, it's still going to be difficult to self-inoculate. It's a terrible waste to continue expensive, time-consuming, and potentially dangerous surface disinfection procedures beyond normal routine hygiene. I'm not saying don't do normal routine hygiene. You should always be washing your hands, but not because of COVID, for many reasons, many other reasons. If you don't have soap and water handy, you can use an alcohol wipe. The virus will be killed by that. The lessons we learned from SARS-CoV-2 are likely to apply to most, if not all, other respiratory viruses. We already know that influenza and rhinoviruses for the common cold are likewise almost exclusively transmitted by breathing and not by fomites. And finally, treatment of indoor air by safe virus-killing reagents such as triethylene glycol will be an important addition to our ability to combat this and future pandemics. I want to thank you all for your attention. If anybody has any questions, I'd be happy to see what I can do to answer those.
Time for questions.
We've got about 4 minutes for questions.
So, Matt, I had a question about the study you showed survival on different hospital counts. One was synthetic, one was natural, and there was a big difference. Why was there such a difference?
Well, that's okay. So the question is about why was there such a difference in the survival of hospital gowns? Are you talking about hospital gowns versus paper or the imagined vernacular?
It's gowns versus paper.
What's that?
Gowns versus
Versus
paper.
paper. Probably because the hospital gowns are more porous than paper. And so maybe the virus is supposed to hide in it.
So it could be the effect of recovery, not necessarily survival. It's just the sample was not recovered.
On the cotton gowns, but on the paper, it's very clear that the virus concentration was the governing factor. When you detect the sixth virus, you have a 24-hour survival. You get the fourth virus, you have 5 minutes, less than 5 minutes. And even though on the cotton gowns and the other surfaces, you may have had differential survival because of the porosity, but still, you still, on top of that, have a difference between 10 to the 6th and 10 to the 4th. They're not good.
Why would porosity allow the virus to survive longer?
How much
Why would porosity?
porosity can hide, maybe?
So I think it's not the effect of porosity, it's the ability to recover the virus. It's much,
Or maybe not, that's true.
it's
Maybe
much
just-
harder to recover from porous surface.
Maybe just being able to assimilate. Yeah.
To investigate the surface, survival of surfaces, then it should be either glass or stainless steel or plastic, something that's completely non-porous. Because otherwise you're losing that material, virus material to your surface. Unless we really have a good recovery technique.
Other questions? Yes.
It's kind of a two-part question. Why do you think that the bias towards fomites has survived, right, scientifically? And the second part of the question is, do you see any type of parallel between this type of belief in fomites, for example, as a way of transmitting a virus, versus, for example, in the 1980s, HIV, with the lack of understanding about transmissibility and how transmission occurs, and intrinsic biases that come out of those mistaken beliefs?
Yeah, I think your last point about HIV is very well taken. We're actually going to hear, I think, the first talk after in the session that we'll follow talks about public health measures and perceptions on why does people still fight for fomites? Well, fomites are not innocuous, and you can still get food poisoning. You can get staphylococcus. You get it from chicken carcasses.
Right. So enteric viruses.
So, yeah, so those are bacteria, not viruses.
Okay, yeah.
But there are also some viruses that appear to be transmitted by fomites. I believe the norovirus, another one, that's a gastrointestinal infection. Poliovirus is a gastrointestinal disease. I don't know if there's any evidence for fomite transmission of it, but
No.
you get it into your mouth and you get it. So there is reason to maintain hygiene. I never said don't hand wash,
Right.
but you've got to protect what you breathe for something like SARS-CoV-2, COVID-19, and other respiratory infections. That's really the take-home message. And people also make careers on this. They have a vested interest.
Yeah.
And I think I'm going to try to publish an article based on what I just talked to everybody here. I think I'm going to have a hard time with that. Because there's going to be some reviewers who are going to just absolutely say, no, this is wrong. Be willing to let it go. Any other? Okay, so
Okay.
we're good.
Thank you, Manny.
Thank you. Thank you. So let's get back to, let's get the first, get the next one on, which is going to be Brian Regan, a story about chemical science and public health. Brian, let me introduce you.
This is Ron?
Hmm?
This is Ron?
Brian, what's your name?
Brian Regan. It says
Because of the billions of dollars.
BTR. That should be it. Yeah. Is the one there? No, that's not it.
To the CDC and the relationship. Environmental saving during the pandemic.
It's huge, yeah.
Because it's literally poison stuff.
You mean?
That's what I emailed you about an hour ago. That's it, yeah.
So while
Can I
we're
just-
getting our slides up here,
Can I come? Yeah, can you put it in?
introduce the second of the session. Title of the session is Potential Indoor Air
But
Treatments.
into present.
Segues very nicely from the end of my talk.
Where's present mode?
And
Okay.
we're going to start with Brian Regan from the Grignard Tour Company. Who's going to tell us a story about
Present mode, so.
science and public
You
health.
can type there, you can get it. No, no.
And I guess.
In
story-
present mode, so. Can you get out of that? Yeah. Can you put it on slideshow, in slideshow? So go back to, and then go to slideshow.
You can just do the arrow.
But no, but it's not in present mode yet.
Yeah.
There we go.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there we go. Okay, thank you. Okay, are we ready?
Okay.
Is my boss here? Oh, there he is. I just want to make sure. So thank you, everybody, for joining us today. And Manny, thank you for the kind introduction. I'm going to tell a story today. I'm not going to be, I'm going to profess at the very beginning, I'm not going to be as learned as my colleagues who will follow me. But I hope that the story I tell sets the groundwork for my colleagues who will follow, talking about air treatment and the solutions that we are looking for to solve what COVID showed us is the next major public health crisis. So the story I'm going to tell you about today is a story about chemistry, science, and innovation in service to solving for great public health crises. My story starts 114 years ago. It starts in the great city of Chicago, known as the shoulders of America, both by Chicagoans as well as by all Americans, because of what Chicago has represented as a great economy straddling the east and west of the United States. And my story starts specifically with the great Union Stockyards in Chicago. And in 1908, the Union Stockyards had been in existence for about 50 years. And they were so large, they were the largest stockyards in the world. And they were, in fact, the focal point of commerce, straddling and connecting the eastern United States with the western United States. The stockyards were enormous. They covered 475 acres. There were 50 miles of roads that wove throughout this enormous structure on the outskirts of downtown Chicago. There were 130 miles of railroad track that connected the business and operations of 25 meatpacking companies that called the Union Stockyards home. Now, the water source for the Union Stockyards was the notorious Bubbly Creek. It was a tributary of the Chicago River, and Bubbly Creek, and I will defer to the scientists in the room who will know far better than I why it was called Bubbly Creek. But it served as both the drinking water for the livestock, as well as for the delivery system of wastewater out of the Union Stockyards. Now, a quick side note and fascinating historical note. The Union Stockyards in Chicago were the inspiration for one of the great muckraking novels of the 20th century, The Jungle, written by Upton Sinclair. And Upton Sinclair, in The Jungle, talked about the conditions that existed in the Union Stockyards, both the working conditions as well as the overall conditions where you had this enormous number of livestock in a meat processing facility at the turn of the century, essentially as engineering, commerce, science, technology, all were looking at ways to change how we did something in the old century to how we would better do it in the new century. But what the jungle showed was just how terrible these conditions were in the Union Stockyards. One of the major problems in 1908 that the operators in the Union Stockyards discovered was that the livestock were not gaining weight. The solution that the managers of the stockyards settled on was to put a filtration plant in that would help improve the condition of the water. But what it didn't do was improve the condition of the livestock. An enormous filtration system was put into the Union Stockyards, but the livestock didn't gain weight. Now, enter George Harrison, and my colleague Mitch Simpler may know, perhaps not, of the firm Herring and Fuller. It was a New York engineering firm known at the turn of the century for doing some remarkably innovative work around this kind of business. Now, what George Harrison said was, yes, the filtration system actually works, but the bacterial count in the water is still extraordinarily high. And Johnson looked at many options to enhance the filtration technology with something else that would reduce the bacterial count. And what he settled on was a chloride of lime germicide that he believed would address the high bacterial count in the water. And in fact, that chloride of lime solution proved to be an enormous success. It was so successful that in fact, it made Bubbly Creek water cleaner than the drinking water in metropolitan Chicago that the citizens of the city used in their tap water. Now, Johnson would use the example of Bubbly Creek to demonstrate that both filtration and disinfection together were equally important in the treatment of safe drinking water. And hold that thought. Now, chapter 1 continues, but we're going to move from Chicago to Jersey City. And because it's 1908, we're going to hop in our Model T from Ford, and we're going to drive, because we can't yet fly, to Jersey City. And Jersey City in 1908 was just beginning to burgeon as a thriving industrialized metropolis of 200,000 people. It was so thriving that the city had just put in the first municipal water system, but the water was untreated. And with that first municipal water system, the city began to see a dramatic rise in the number of typhoid cases and typhoid deaths. The city decision, which was an incredibly costly decision, was to put a purification system in that they believed would solve the problem. One man did not agree with that decision. That man was John Leal, who was an advisor to the Jersey City Water Company. And John Leal felt that that solution alone was not going to be sufficient to solve for the increase in bacterial diseases, beginning with typhoid, that were affecting the citizens of Jersey City. He looked at a number of different ways to fluorine gas, liquid bleach. What he ultimately settled on was a powdered chloride of lime solution, the same disinfectant that George Harrison had used in Chicago. And in fact, Leal convinced Jersey City to bring Herring and Fuller in to become consultants on a solution to address this problem in Jersey City. Herring and Fuller designed a new technology that would actually add that dissolved chloride of lime into the water at its source, which happened to be the Boonton Reservoir in Boonton, New Jersey, which was the location of the reservoir that Jersey City had settled on. And so the technology introduced dissolved chloride of lime into the water at Boonton and carried it to Jersey City. And George Johnson of Bubbly Creek fame was the lead on that project. And that project proved to be so successful that it was the first case of chlorinated water in a municipal water system that paved the way for how municipalities across America would ultimately address the issues they began to see in the rising rates of bacterial infections from waterborne bacteria in municipal water systems, beginning with typhoid, but also including hepatitis A and cholera. Whoops. But, and again, I'm going to defer to my science colleagues who know far better than I. Science and science advances can take time because there's always politics involved, there's always self-interest involved, and that, of course, was the case with Jersey City. There were people within the city who challenged the notion that this solution would actually work. These are headlines taken from the Evening Standard of Jersey City in 1908. So there were municipal issues, there were litigation issues, and for those of us in the science community, particularly now, who are working in looking at ways that technology and science and chemistry can work in unison to address a public health crisis like COVID, we are living through the same kind of challenges that Jersey City innovators like George Harrison and John Leal confronted in 1908. Challenges from the status quo, challenging new innovation and new technology, and that's what George Harrison and John Leal and the forward-thinking innovators in Jersey City confronted at the time. But we know today that these early innovators were successful in using Jersey City as an example for what the chlorination of drinking water could bring in the reduction of bacteria in the water systems. And in fact, that early innovation has had far-reaching and significant impact. We now know over time that the total mortality rate dropped 50%. We know that the infant mortality rate dropped 75%. We know that the child mortality rate dropped 66%. And ultimately and overall, the total typhoid fever mortality rate dropped 91% as a result of the innovation of chlorination of drinking water. And in fact, when we look at the great public health achievements of the 20th century, and these are some of them, and this chart shows kind of the gross rate of death from infectious disease over time. But again, the scientists and my colleagues in the room know these far better than I do, but these are watershed milestone moments in the 20th century. And the chlorination of municipal water systems is ranked very high among those milestone public health achievements of the 20th century. And in fact, in 1997, Life magazine published a cover story where they said that the filtration of drinking water plus the use of chlorine is probably the most significant public health advance of this millennium. Chapter 2, I'm going to move you forward. Oops, I don't know how that happened. I'm going to move you forward 111 years to 2019. And the arrival on the global stage of this very, very bad actor, the SARS-CoV-2 virus. And we're going to stay in New Jersey for chapter 2, but we're going to move from Jersey City down to Rahway. And because the turnpike is now in existence, we're going to get in our Tesla and we're going to drive down the turnpike from Jersey City to Rahway. And we're going to stop at a company known as Grignard Company. And why is Grignard Company so important to this story? Grignard Company has been in existence since 1963. It's a company that has a number of different business lines, but the larger business of Grignard Company is in specialty chemicals, and it started in industrial chemicals. So if you think about what it takes to clean a bridge, that's a business that Grignard Company is in. It's also in the business of providing specialty chemicals to the consumer market. Think about fake blood that's used by all of us when we put Halloween parties together or we dress up for Halloween. And beginning in the year 2000, it got into the entertainment business by marketing products in the atmospheric fog and haze line that create special effects in entertainment venues where lighting and special events are most impactful. And so when you think about what you see at a Broadway play, at a halftime show at an NBA game, at a rock concert, and you see those shows where great and dramatic lighting effects are created, they're created by using a liquid fog or haze product that's dispersed through a machine and light is shot through it, and it creates those dramatic effects. Now, those products have a very interesting active ingredient to them. And that active ingredient was known very well to the CEO of Grignard Company, Etienne Grignard. And what's most interesting about that active ingredient is that it has virucidal properties that are known to have the ability to kill certain viruses in the air and on surfaces. That active ingredient is TEG, triethylene glycol. And just a little bit of background, and by the way, I'm going to talk just at a very high level about the evolution of thinking around TEG, taking TEG and using it in a way that could effectively address the public health crisis that we confront with COVID-19. But my colleagues that are following me will go into it in a little more detail. But the history of TEG is that the early work was done in the 40s and 50s. And in that work, there was a lot of understanding of the antimicrobial properties of TEG and the ability it could have in killing viruses and bacteria. Over the years, TEG has been introduced into a number of different products and into a number of different applications, including air sanitizers that are approved by the EPA, including in indirect food preparation as approved by the FDA. It's used to a certain extent to dehydrate gases. And then, of course, there's the entertainment use in atmospheric haze products. Now, Grignard Company looked at TEG and began to look at whether this product could actually be turned into a solution to effectively address COVID-19. And what Etienne Grignard did was reach out and find some very smart people with backgrounds in public health, environmental health, microbiology, mechanical engineering. And in fact, those people are here today, some of whom are talking today, but people who had great expertise and understanding of microbiology and how a product like TEG might begin to work effectively to address a virus in the air like SARS-CoV-2 virus. From there, Etienne Grignard formed the company Grignard Pure to see whether this product could be brought to market and effectively could TEG, like chlorine, show how chemistry, science, and innovation could solve a public health crisis. Now, the steps to take an active ingredient like TEG, turn it into a product that could effectively address the transmission of SARS-CoV-2 in the air and effectively mitigate or kill that virus is a monumental undertaking. So I'm going to walk you quickly through the steps that the company is undertaking in order to do that. And it starts in 2020. And the first question was how to effectively aerosolize TEG. How do you effectively take TEG, aerosolize it in the air, and create a layer of the product in the air that's going to kill the virus, no matter the size of the room, the conditions in the room, etc. The second challenge was how to secure regulatory approval. And the third initial challenge was how to move from legacy knowledge to real innovation. So how to take what people knew about atmospheric fog and haze products and translate that into real innovation to address the challenge of the SARS-CoV-2 virus in the air. The first major milestone was testing Grignard Pure, which is the product that the company branded, in a space that was large enough, complex enough to really show that Grignard Pure, containing the active ingredient TEG, could effectively treat an indoor space regardless of its complexity. And that space was the New Amsterdam Theater, the Disney Theater on Broadway, 1 million cubic feet, a space highly complex, not just the large space that is the theater, but the nooks and crannies of the dressing rooms, the backstage, the orchestra pits, the little narrow staircases, the vestibules, the side rooms. And that engineering proof of concept showed that Grignard Pure with TEG as an active ingredient could effectively treat an indoor space regardless of its size and complexity. The next step was to gain regulatory approval, which the company did in the very early days of 2021 by securing an emergency exemption from the EPA for the use of Grignard Pure to treat certain indoor spaces, whether they were occupied or unoccupied, against the SARS-CoV-2 virus. In 2021, there were 3 new challenges. How to effectively deploy Grignard Pure. So now that we had an approval, and now that the company had tested it in a large indoor space, how to effectively commercialize that across every conceivable indoor space that could benefit from this kind of antimicrobial in the air. And part of that was to how to demonstrate its effectiveness and safety, regardless of the indoor space. And the third was to how to evangelize the larger public health community. Because the importance in bringing a new innovation and a new technology to market comes in how can you get the credibility to, in a sense, inform the larger public of the value of your product, the value of your technology, the value of your innovation. So with regard to testing the efficacy of Grignard Pure with TEG as an active ingredient, the EPA did Grignard Pure's work for it. The EPA tested Grignard Pure with TEG as an active ingredient against multiple other aerosol technologies. And my colleague, Grishma Desai, is going to talk in great detail about the efficacy of this product. But I just want to highlight very quickly how dramatically superior the Grignard Pure solution with TEG in it as the active ingredient was against all the other aerosol technologies that the EPA tested. And these numbers almost look like a misprint or a mistype. But essentially what this shows is that in testing an aerosol-based technology, the EPA starts with a chamber. It starts the technology working in that chamber. So in this case, Grignard Pure working in that chamber. And after 20 minutes, the EPA introduces the virus into that chamber. And the numbers down the right-hand side are how much virus was killed by the technology in the chamber operating as soon as the virus was introduced into the chamber. So Grignard Pure killed 99% of the virus almost immediately upon the virus entering the chamber. The rest of the technologies had no impact until 15 minutes into the test. So, a very dramatic display of how effective TEG in a concentration in an indoor space can be in addressing a virus in the air. In terms of informing the larger public health community, the company went out and sought out people who are great global thought leaders in their respective fields. Microbiologists, environmental engineers, mechanical engineers, people who have an understanding of what we were trying to do and understood the value of our technology and how it could effectively work in addressing the virus. And this group of global thought leaders has been extraordinarily helpful in shaping how we articulate the science and the technology and the value proposition of Grignard Pure to the larger publics that we speak to. In 2022, three major challenges. How do we demonstrate the effectiveness against other pathogens? Because we were approved by the EPA for effectiveness against SARS-CoV-2. We know that TEG, through our own testing, could be ultimately very effective against a broader array of pathogens across the virus, bacteria, and mold categories. How do we demonstrate the long-term safety of Grignard Pure? And then finally, how do we convert emergency exemption or temporary approval to permanent regulatory registration or acceptance? So again, you'll hear a little bit more about the effectiveness of Grignard Pure from my colleague Rishma Desai, but I wanted to just touch on the extensive testing that the company has done of Grignard Pure against multiple pathogens. So virus surrogates, bacteria, and mold, all of which show significant and dramatic effectiveness. And the EPA looks at, for sanitization, can you achieve a log3 reduction, 99.9% effectiveness? And in all cases, Grignard Pure is achieving that level of effectiveness against virus, bacteria, and mold. The safety of Grignard Pure, or really the safety of TEG, is something that is very important to the publics with whom we are talking. It's very important, obviously, to the regulatory agencies, beginning with the EPA. It's very important and of great concern to the communities in which we are looking to implement Grignard Pure as an effective solution. And so the company has gone to great lengths to work with organizations in the fields of toxicology assessment and the regulatory understanding of ingredients like TEG to put together literature that addresses the history of testing of TEG across multiple kinds of environments in ways that can demonstrate clearly the safety of the product as we use it in treating indoor spaces that are both occupied and unoccupied. And finally, as we look forward into 2023, there are three primary objectives. And the first is to secure that first permanent EPA registration for the use of Grignard Pure as an effective barrier against all pathogens in indoor spaces. It's continue toward full public health approval and to become an innovative driver of public health 3.0. And when we talk about public health 3.0, we really look at how does the CDC, how does the federal government look at health today? How does it look at healthcare? How does it look at public health? And how does it look at how we address, how we treat publics, both in mitigating illness and disease, as well as preventing illness and disease? And historically, the focus has been on mitigating illness and disease. Increasingly, we are moving toward a time where we're addressing how do we look at the entire population and treat a population in advance of illness and disease. And so I'm going to just get here so I can read this better on my glasses. But to improve the health of all people in America, we have to address factors outside of healthcare, building on past successes and working across sectors to get closer to the essential definition of public health, which is what we do as a society to ensure the conditions in which everyone can be healthy. And why we believe that's so important is Grignard Pure, with TEG as an active ingredient, is primarily focused on preventing the spread of illness, preventing the spread of virus and bacteria before it occurs. And so ultimately, when we look at where we can go in treating indoor air, where we can go in using Grignard Pure as an effective barrier against pathogens in the air, we hope to see sometime in the near future a headline like this, similar to what chlorine introduced and was effective in doing in solving for a public health crisis in the drinking water in American cities in the 20th century. So too do we believe that Grignard Pure can be that great solver of public health crises in the 21st century when it comes to treating pathogens and addressing pathogens and killing pathogens in indoor air. So thank you very much.
Okay. Good. Brian, thank you for a terrific talk. Time for a question or two. Anybody?
So Brian, as analogous to the chlorine, would you expect to be able to know that products in the air? Similar concept, just that.
Yeah, very good point. That drink water, if you live in the city, that has no taste or odor to it, but if you know that chlorine is in them. The use of Grignard Pure in the air is colorless, odorless, non-visible. You can, and in fact, we hear more about that.
Only we knew some.
Forward to that.
I think I know the answer, but if chlorine were to come about today as a new, do you think society would accept it the way it did years back?
I think that COVID-19 has shown us that partisanship knows no borders when it comes to politics, culture, sociology, entertainment, or science. And I think we would see
It's
the
done?
same kind
Is it
of
yours?
battles.
That's the end of the
over
have to
accepting
get off out of
chlorine
this
in
one.
drinking water that we've seen over wearing
And
masks.
Caravanos, it's on here, I saw it. It's K-C-A-C-A, Caravanos.
But bipartisan political.
Is that his name, Caravanos?
Yeah.
Okay.
You know?
That's it, right?
That's it. Is there a break? Go right in.
Well, if you want to stay on schedule. I think the break is after the next talk.
Oh,
So our next speaker is Jack Caravanos from New York University. He didn't have to travel very far. And the title of Jack's talk is Challenges in the Epidemiological Evaluation of COVID Interventions. And after this talk, about a half hour, then we'll have a coffee break and then continue. Jack, thank you.
Okay, everybody. I'm learning a lot of new things, and I think hopefully everybody else is doing the same. I'm going to have a different perspective, sort of an overview, but also we keep getting the questions. What have we learned? How can we prevent this again? What are the best practices? And seems like we should know by now, but it's a difficult question. So what I want to cover in here is some of the COVID interventions that we've had over the years, it's now pushing almost 3 years, assessing those interventions. How do we figure it out? Some models of accident prevention, hierarchy and controls, and where do we go from here? So hopefully in 20 minutes, you'll get an interesting background on what is happening with interventions. Because there are so many, right? We started with washing our hands. Well, now Emanuel told us that may not be enough, right? I think we learned that. And we went to washing surfaces, washing all sorts of surfaces out there. And we kept on and pressing buttons on elevators and all sorts of activities. And then we started moving into social distancing. And is it 1 meter or 3 feet or 6 feet? What was ideal in some of the aerosol studies? And of course, Emanuel showed you the data, the raw data that comes from this report on survivability. So when this came out that, oh my gosh, it could linger on envelopes for years or months, and I'm sorry, weeks, and plastics for days, is anything safe? Only find out fomites don't really matter, right? But we didn't know. So is this true? What does it mean? And in public health, that's often the challenge is what do you do with this data and how do you sort of apply it? And I appreciate Fauci's statements. Let's follow the science. We're going to go with the science. But the science is never black and white. It's never either or. There's a lot of gray areas there. And all that's happened with masking. And I sort of chuckle at this as I was preparing this sort of talk. I started getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And you remember cloth masks and regular making your own masks and nose clips. And then, of course, on the bottom right, the N95, the KN95, the difference between masks and respirators, which now, was in the world of industrial hygiene. We live with these words, but now a common person wanted to know, should I be wearing a respirator versus a mask? All sorts of activities there. And then I did a bit of a survey early on in April where sort of just watching people and recording, what are they wearing and are they wearing it properly? It never got published in a peer-reviewed journal, but look at some of these pictures. And I could have shown you some images I had from Helsinki where people were literally dressed in plasticized suits. Not Tyvek breathable material, really rather thick suits, not unlike what you see on the right, completely covered in powered air purifying respirators. And I'm sort of always wondered, why are you doing this? What is exactly the motivation? Which I'm always curious when I see people wearing masks. I said, well, why are you doing this? Anyway, I don't have to show you this because not only have you lived it, but you've actually continued to see it. And when you look at all of these activities, these practices, what we call interventions, they really are mind-boggling. And the problem we were faced is what works, what the science comes up with, a report comes out all of a sudden, and we decide to pivot and redirect and go this way. You remember the whole issue of dealing with, let me just, right here. Oh, it doesn't show up. Anyway, masks. Single masking, double masking, okay, and even triple masking. There was a lull, and then we got back into double masking. But then exhaust valves, and you see people with the valves, no valves. So this was a constant shuffling back and forth between all the different. And you see at the end, we were sort of promised that vaccinations, that's the savior. Well, now we know that vaccinations don't prevent infection. Now, Fauci didn't really tell it exactly that way, right? He, of course, said vaccinations prevent serious disease. There is no doubt about that. Nowhere you'll ever see anybody of stature claiming that vaccinations will stop infections. And this was unfortunate, and this was a miscommunication and bad communication from CDC, and they sort of, he and others have corrected themselves on this, but it sent us down a road where vaccines are the savior. Meanwhile, we know people who are triple vaccinated and have gotten infected with COVID, but may not be symptomatic in any way. So anyway, let's move along. So what we have is this in science, in all sorts of science, but especially medical and public health science, we have different hierarchy of evidence. And what you've been seeing over the last few hours is reports of animal studies, of human studies, laboratory studies, sometimes followed by case reports, someone shaking someone's hand, someone getting on a bus that was infected, coughing, and next thing you know, everybody on that bus got sick. So that's is that an analytical study? Well, not really, but it clearly says something about transmission. And then you have people like myself and others in this room that render an opinion. You know, Caravanos, what do you think? Should we be double masking? And depending on your stature and how much media, it may not catch on. But in what I want to cover more of in this particular session is really get into epidemiology, and can that really help us answer these questions? And going back to Epidemiology 101, we have case control studies. I'll explain each of these cohort studies and your random controlled trials, which are the gold standard, as they say, of any type of study. So where are we now? We're in the bottom two boxes, especially case reports and case studies. A lot of what Emanuel's reporting on is observations. But I also want to go back a second. Let's see, let me just go back here. As I advance, I failed to notice on the left, you'll see population versus workplace. Now, this is very important because hospitals have studied their workforce. They know that N95s work. My son is a physician. He was living through COVID the whole time, never got infected in 2.5 years, or up to now, which was remarkable given he has seen hundreds of people die of COVID in Brooklyn. And that's because workplaces are a different sort of study population, and they have more control versus the general population. So most of what I'm talking about today is really population epidemiological studies, not sort of an assessment of what's going on at a hospital and the infection rate of different types of activities. So let's go over a case control study. It starts with a case. You have a number of people that have well, that's the question. What is the case? Is it the infected person? Is that a case? Is it the person who's symptomatic? Or is it fatalities? So, but let's just say the infected person, we collect, we research people, a group of people with the disease, infected or symptomatic, and then we go back and ask them, what did you do differently? Now, it's not 10 people. You're not comparing 10 people. You're comparing hopefully hundreds and hopefully thousands of people. And what you want to do is ask all these people what were their practices. And when it comes to COVID, it gets even more complicated because the sequence of those practices really it becomes very important. And what you want to make sure is you're comparing an equal demographic, equal socioeconomic status, equal exposures, and saying, okay, how are these groups different? The epidemiological case control studies are sloppy. They're not they're fraught with much of confounding variables. And the question is, what did the infected or diseased people do differently from the non-infected? And when you ask that question, well, how did I behave differently than my partner? You know, what did they do that I didn't do? And we're living in the same house. Why did they get sick, but I didn't get sick, right? Now multiply that by thousands of people and many variables, etc. A more analytical study, very common in occupational health, is a cohort study And this is sort of very good. You identify a group of people with that are behaving a certain way. Let's say you identify 1,000 people that have never worn masks. And then you sort of match them up with 1,000 people that have worn N95s and worn maybe regular face masks. And then you follow them and see who gets sick. Are they getting sick at the same time? Pretty straightforward. And we do that. We identify people who smoke and people that don't smoke. And 20 years later, the smokers got more disease than non-smokers. It's a slam dunk. And it can be a prospective study or a retrospective study. But you realize doing this study right now is practically impossible, right? Because the population has been so confounded, diluted, mixed up with all the variables. If I ask you, what were your interventions? You're going to say, well, it's a smorgasbord. And in what order did you do it? And when did you switch from a mask to a respirator? And did it have an exhaust valve? And you could see all the messiness that would attribute there. So I really, I'm sorry to say that analytical case control and cohort studies probably will never lead us to the conclusion which intervention was most successful. Now, deep down, we have opinions on this, right? But that goes to the case studies, but as far as scientific. Okay, and then you have, of course, the ideal randomized controlled trials. You know this probably in the world of medicine, where you have two groups. I was in a randomized controlled trial for mRNA flu vaccine. They're coming up with a new flu vaccine, and it's it's created the same way that the COVID vaccine was created, and they want to know if that was as effective. And they recruited, I guess, hundreds of people, the pharmaceutical company that NYU is sort of working with, and I got a shot. I don't know what that shot was. It was sort of blind, but if you give 1,000 people this vaccine, and then you go and then you give 1,000 people a placebo or a different version of that. And the key in the randomized controlled trial is you're starting with a randomized group and saying, okay, you take this. And then every week I would go in and they would measure my health and my blood chemistry to answer the question, am I acquiring immunity? Is this possible for COVID? Oh, it's pretty ethically risky, right? This is the problem. We can't really dose people with disease. Giving them a medicine that may or may not work, yes, right? And even that requires a lot of IRB approval. But in this particular casing, we want to give you exposure to a virus and then see if you get sick, and then what would work, a mask versus social distancing, etc. So this is probably also not going to happen. So really, in many ways, we're not going to see epidemiology come to the rescue of effective interventions. But what we do know in all these interventions is they sort of work one way or another. That with time, probably a little of each, maybe 5 of these or 10 of these. How many of these do we really need to get success? And I want to introduce you, and some of you know this, one of my favorite causation diagrams. It's called the Swiss cheese model. And what you see here on the left is Ebola virus, and you see a yellow slice of cheese, and there's a hole in it. The slice is a barrier. The holes are defects. So in this case, the slice is hand hygiene, and hand hygiene has limits. It dries up. If you're washing and moving, it's going to come off. You have to use it every so many hours. So those circles refer to the deficits. And maybe that even though you use hand hygiene, the Ebola virus was able to get through. And then when you multiply this with other layers, by the way, let me just, this is James Reason's publication years ago. Well, not that many years ago, actually 1992. Each layer is a slice of cheese is a layer of defense. The more layers, the better. But the holes are the defects. And what are the holes in masks? Well, many times you can't pinch them over the nose. So you talk about a respirable particle. Who cares if you have a mask on? It's going right through past your nose and under your chin. So just because you're wearing a mask and even a respirator, it doesn't necessarily mean it's effective. It has defects, and that's what those holes are. And you could read about this on and on. So what you have here in the case of Ebola, and I remember Ebola, so we go through waves of epidemics here. No contact with the patient. Well, that's very easily said, but every now and then the patient is violent and you have to move them and you have to have contact. So that would be the virus can slip through that way. And no body fluid on the floor, no hand hygiene. And when all of these line up, how you get infection, you get disease, etc. So clearly you want a lot of barriers. And that's what COVID is all about. And New York Times actually, I've been teaching this for years, New York Times took this and produced this nice graphic. They sort of divided into personal responsibilities that you could do versus shared responsibilities that others could do for you. And there's all sorts of permutations, but you see here that the more and more layers, the less likelihood. That's why if someone's social distancing and wearing a mask and hand hygiene and vaccinated and on and on and on, the probability of you getting infected is very low. Now, by the way, you see there I circle vaccines and what is the endpoint, and that's where, you know, what are vaccines intended to do? And they're not really intended, they weren't claimed to be to stop the infection or stop the epidemic. So that's a good philosophical argument. We could have a whole, you know, what did the vaccines really do? And then, of course, we had all the miscommunication. So by the time vaccines came out, there was so many ebb and flows of science, and you're right, you're wrong, now this is being retracted, particles. I think we all inherently believe that this is an airborne transmission of a virus. And of course, what is the endpoint now? So when my daughter got COVID, and I said, well, are you sick? She goes, oh no, I tested myself and I'm positive. So now what am I to say about that? I said, well, you know, what's new? But you know, she's worried about it. She's pregnant and didn't get her second and third booster, but that's a different story. Anyway, as you Google Swiss cheese model COVID, you'll see all sorts of different layers. And the reason I'm showing you this is because each country is using a different combinations. And you know what China did, and you know what New Zealand did. And it may be effective for New Zealand, a fairly homogeneous population in the middle of nowhere, but that's not going to work in Brooklyn, right? So it's really pretty interesting. So this is a common control approach in hazard management, whether it's chemical, biological, physical hazards, is many different layers. Even in construction, we know fall protection. You know, you can't just rely on one particular device. So, and answering these questions, and let me just focus here. I just love showing Andrew Cuomo wearing the mask the wrong way, aside from his other behaviors, but that was him spraying a surface disinfectant and on the subway, etc. But the Uber on the left, is that UV light doing anything? For that UV light to do anything, Mitch would say you're going to get a sunburn at the same time. Yeah, yes. I mean, that is essentially useless. But it makes, I guess, me feel better. I'm in a cab, and I feel safer. And maybe that's why he's doing it. Or is he not knowledgeable? He or she not knowledgeable. And of course, the plastic thing. And the outdoor dining, which is still, it seems like we've gotten fond of outdoor dining. And I don't know why people are eating outside anymore. You should ask people next time. Say, well, why are you outside? And say, oh, we just like being out. It's good weather. I don't know how many are doing it for COVID control. It would be an interesting thing. So as I said, most of the science, most of the decision-making today is coming from individual research reports, like what Emanuel did a good job showing all the different studies that are out. In one problem, I think you would agree, is that well, it's not COVID. You're not talking about COVID. You're talking about rhinovirus. And they're different. We all know COVID is a unique mutation and on and on. So they tried to discredit this sort of report saying, yeah, but what about COVID? So if you're not studying that, and a lot of the science comes from other viruses there. Now, in my field of industrial hygiene, environmental health, environmental controls, I want to just sort of leave you with our hierarchy of controls. And it starts at the bottom with personal protective equipment. None of us like it. It's cheap, it's easily purchasable, it requires training. Workers don't like wearing a half-face, dual cartridge, air purifying respirator. Even masks, they're sort of used to, but in general, it's cumbersome and sort of the last resort. Now, it has some good applications, right? In the nursing world, there's just no way around it because the person is so mobile, they'll need that absolutely. Administrative controls, changing the way people work. Well, social distancing would be a good example of that, doing more of that. And that has, that's acceptable. By the way, this is the way OSHA sort of looks at things, administrative controls. Engineering controls, now we're getting better into removing the hazard from the receptor. And Mitch will elaborate on various ventilation. For example, you have a soldering operation. Instead of wearing a mask, maybe we could have the workers rotate in and out of that job, administrative, or should we really put a ventilation, a capture hood on top of that process? The next hierarchy of controls is substitution. When you think of COVID, this has like nothing to do with, there's no way you could substitute the hazard. Let's say something's dangerous, we need something safer. So instead of using this chemical, let's use a different chemical. Well, when it comes to COVID, that analogy doesn't really work. So that's why I have an X by that. But what we really want is to eliminate the hazard, to kill the hazard, disinfect it, to treat it, to get it out, and maybe even prevent its ever existence. And that's where, as we heard before, airborne disinfectants like Bring Your Pure, TEG, offer some hope. It's a complicated world of surface disinfectants and airborne disinfectants. There are very few airborne disinfectants, and it does scare people, the whole idea of putting a biocide in the air. But of course, as you heard earlier, that this is something that has a history of sort of good use. So this is sort of a background of some of the hierarchy of evidence, hierarchy of controls, epidemiological studies. But we, in public health, sort of have our tail between our legs because it's we haven't done the best job in messaging the COVID risk, in acting, and getting everybody on the same. And of course, if it was this is an epidemic, a pandemic born in a political world. It was some ugly times in the U.S. So it was a very complicated. So I'm hoping we'll have surveillance systems so that the minute we have another epidemic, hopefully, and we haven't had one for many, many years, so it's not like the next one is around the corner, but you never know, right? That we'll be able to quickly mobilize our surveillance systems and quickly get in there and immediately start studying, interventions and treatments that really work right away. So, okay, I hope you learned something about epidemiology in this. Oh,
Thank you, Chad. Thank you very
yes,
much.
yes.
Time for a question or two before we take our coffee break? Anybody?
They're all spent here. They're all,
Everybody-
they want that coffee and cake.
Have this list of possible measures to take. That's what we want to see. What are your top 5?
I would say out of this list, right? What are my top 5?
Or top 3?
Top 3. I do think in indoor environments, if high risk, I would say a well-worn respirator. I prefer respirator versus a face mask. I believe ventilation, which is not listed here, of course, aside from vaccination, right? So clearly vaccination. Air and surface treatments, especially air treatments, vaccination, and masks. Right. So, by the way, that last one, natural immunity, for the heck of it, I researched epidemics. And you all know that they generally last 3 to 4 years, 2 to 4 years, which is exactly what COVID did. So the question is, if we did nothing, where would we be? I think the pandemic would be about at the same point, but a lot more people would die. A lot more deaths. So it did, but it's interesting how time in and of itself
Like
is,
1918, right? Like that,
yeah.
right?
But look at that date, it's
More
3 years.
Takes that long to get heard.
They finally moved to masks in 1918.
Oh, is that, yeah?
Yeah.
And towards the end of the flu epidemic, they finally masks at
Well,
last.
they finally realized it's airborne, right? So they finally got with it. Yeah. All right.
Thank you so much. Okay.
Okay, again.
break. We reconvene at 4 o'clock.
Sooner the better. The sooner the better.
Sooner better? Well, you're on at 4.
I know that. But I'm also on it. You need all the internet. Not mine. Just sit here. No, that's the only
All the people from,
No, we got the team and then we were just saying for everyone to put the ones in. Because they were going to take it up.
Not your, no, never been touched.
Yes, they will be touched, yeah.
We're all together, so
That's what it's seeing.
we all know each other. We can sit together for 2 years.
This is amazing. I'm alone.
He's the fellow that came at the end, the last one I think you put on here.
This one, the main,
Simpler, SIMPLER,
simpler.
simpler.
Yeah, I think this is the one.
So,
Let's see.
sorry.
I'm used to computers with a right and left down. Okay, let me see this. No, that's the last one. That's the last one.
Before this?
Not that one. Simpler, SIMPLER.
I think this is the one.
So I only go back to South Africa.
You need to get on the train.
Yes, completely.
No, that's,
When I should go, by end of.
The problem in New York, there are thousands.
yeah, I don't think that, that's Jack Caravellis, the one we just heard.
Guys, you're making
That's the one
fun.
we just heard.
Well,
No,
we don't have to get on.
I've been there 45 years,
Oh,
and there's still places I don't go
we haven't
to.
been to.
So I have relatives, friends that come.
He's the one that had only one thing on, okay, I think this is it.
Oh, this is the one, right?
Air quality. This is yours, right?
It is. Hey, by the way, since it's open, hit the play button. It showed up. If you play button.
Not yet. I just came in today.
Oh, today?
Yeah, like to the conference to Brooklyn, I just came in today.
I have my
So
name.
I'm staying in Queens.
and then I fell.
Came to Brooklyn today.
Yeah, no, so you had that open
I
before.
haven't seen anything. I have not seen anything, so I will start tomorrow.
Okay, I think I read the wrong
Yeah,
one.
until Friday, and then Saturday go back.
Sorry.
So I'm gonna-
There it is, see?
Oh, sorry.
It did transfer.
I'm so
No,
looking
it's not.
forward to
I don't know why it didn't, but
So you guys are working together on all these projects, or you do different things and then you come and convene and discuss what you're doing.
Yeah, well, I think what brought us all together. They needed a ventilation expert and.
ooh. Right there it is.
Brought us in.
You are
That's
Jack.
how we met.
Huh? No. That's him.
Also, then it's a good group to do.
How do I,
Then I can come in and tell you what we're doing in South Africa.
Yeah.
I would like to talk about, what.
oh,
How we're.
so it does work.
Guys are done.
Yeah.
Thank you.
This is that.
Who's this? Oh. Not even a Metro card anymore, huh?
Well, you're right about that.
That's the older gentleman that was sitting right here. Where is he? Where'd he go? Where'd Manny go?
Oh, Manny's just took a break.
This is Getty. I think you had it.
Is this Manny's crap?
Yeah, I'm Manny there.
Oh, all right, okay. So you are?
Anyway, so.
I'm Greg. Nice to meet you. I'm a journalist.
You are.
I'm a journalist, yes.
And with?
I'm a freelance journalist. Dr. Goldman invited me.
Yes.
Yes, he is familiar with my work, but I'm.
So this model,
You're very close.
Looking at a base.
this is CFP model that was published in the New York Times. And I'll show you the coverage.
I mean, it's progressing really quickly, isn't it?
Which? There.
I mean, the technology, the TEG based, like.
Yes.
Aerosol technology.
There, that was what we, that was.
What are you doing at the museum?
I'm a professor of environmental.
We actually worked with the Times. We've been doing CFD models, and they said, so on the home. I lied. Actually, 2 months ago.
So no, this is good, so
It's my age flies by. But they obviously couldn't do this. They took excerpts from our.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
These are computer models that we generate.
But you have to come to Africa, I'll be your.
Use them. Design. We-
And then they're struggling to
They've
get.
seen they've seen us use that technology.
Is your voice not in other way.
Critical infection control space.
I don't know.
Okay, interesting, right, right.
What the computer has the ability to do is, you'll see
Yeah,
it.
okay.
Yeah. And it's able to predict based on airflows inside the space, predict how the particles will eventually disassociate and spread through. So you can see one person coughing over here impacts the whole room.
So it's that, it's an algorithm, right?
It's an algorithm and it's finite. It does literally billions of calculations.
Yeah.
Billions. We have these supercomputer desktop machines,
incredible.
like the most advanced gaming machine.
Yeah.
And they'll
Yeah.
crank away for 16 hours.
Yeah, because they have all that data.
It
that's
does.
stored.
It
It must
throws
be
in the-
huge, right?
You have more variables than you have
Right.
on this. What it does is it solves it, so that's too extreme.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
it keeps resolving the problem. Really,
That's amazing. But the thing is, it's
Well,
all
okay.
happening in real time. It's very real time, right?
Okay, so-
Versus waiting 15 minutes to go into a room.
Right, so it shows you over time how the particles.
Right.
And then second, so then we can change. You see what we do, but 3 models that you do, this is as is, standard classroom. once you
Yep.
see the whole thing.
Yep.
The second is you open the window.
Okay.
One of the things I was talking about is what everybody says, is we need more ventilation. We
Yes.
need more.
Yes.
What we need is more air changes,
Right.
more air turned over.
Right. This is what's going on now in elementary school classrooms. This is what's happening for kids.
And then the
Crazy.
third is we add a fan
Okay.
and show how we can take that same room, that same
With the
spreader,
window open, right?
the window open, how it changes. And the third one is fan system. So there's real factor.
And it's the same
Demonstrable.
algorithm. It's the same algorithm, right? It's the same
And
program.
you'll see, and then we do the side by side. It really
I like this
justifies.
slide though. I love this slide.
So do I.
Yeah, of course you did,
Listen,
yeah.
listen, our main, it's in there somewhere.
What, where do you reach for?
Our main, no, we get cut.
Finish.
So,
It's there, yeah. March.
well, my eyes are bad anyway.
This is a huge window, right? This is a win. No, but you can. Because the thing is, think about it, people like Manny will be like using this years from now as a point of reference. Right? Once everything's been implemented in technology, it's not widely used. Suddenly you look back and everything makes sense. And this seems like it was exactly on time.
Pretty cool. Well, when I first put it on, we couldn't get it to work.
Why? Oh, okay. Got it.
It's the computer, not me.
Yeah, yeah.
That's what they all say, right?
Blame it on the technology. Oh, is this a, oh, thank you so much. This is super. I do appreciate that.
I have. No, it's sitting in my station right now, in that conference room, but thank you.
Yeah, but I don't know him. Where is it?
Yes?
Oh, hi,
I have you on LinkedIn, but I don't know who you are.
Who has me on LinkedIn?
Yeah, it's me.
I'm on LinkedIn,
Yes, we are connected on LinkedIn.
not till I accept.
You are accepted.
I will accept it, absolutely.
We are actually connected, so you accepted me before you knew me. I want to hear that show. I always do.
Do I? I don't know for a fact, but anecdotally, they virtually all do, but not for the purposes of protecting the audience. They do it because they need it for the lighting, they need it to have some effects.
Oh, this is my.
There's always somebody.
But you, I'm not sure you were.
Yeah.
Remember, we had to have the stage required by the union. And anecdotally, I was up on, first I went on stage during lunchtime and was politely asked, please leave the stage. Only theatrical union. And remember, we had the PSI particle counter sitting on stage. Bill and I we went up together. Anecdotally, say, hey, by the way, how long you guys, eight shows a week. Now they do round. Don't they do they do Wednesday and Saturday matinee. Just for company gets sick. It's pretty incredible. All right, how much you can have, because I want 5 minutes.
Every movie I see, every fog I see, is hypersensitized. Every fog in every movie I see, whenever I see fog and haze, the haze for the GP.
Oh, I know.
Haze and fog and smoke. It's particle size, but it's also told that they use dry ice. Look at some of these movies, and you'll see a cloud of smoke. Whole society.
Yeah, the, air.
Yeah, there's a group of just professionals that just deal with the pockets.
Yeah, I been to a lot of weddings this year and a lot of I like around to the States to see like what machines are they using them for, and a lot of them are big machines that capture the fog going forward. Then you can tell like based on what machine it is, what kind of fog they're using, for the type of your presentation got cut off for me because it ran out of battery. I mean, anyway, I did put a bit on that half of mine.
some of my undergraduate students, you know, did quick little YouTube on.
Yeah.
I'm talking to some of my colleagues. It's honestly hard.
We're hoping that Jeremy will be.
Nicole. It's a pleasure. What's your name?
They go by this.
Nice to meet you, Denny. Yeah, yeah, I'm familiar with Rutgers.
Okay.
I live in Montclair, so
Oh,
yeah.
all right.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
pleasure.
I'm the concluding speaker of the session.
Oh, super.
Some example.
I am looking forward to hearing you
Actual
speak.
site.
Thank you.
That's like 99% response. You're not gonna tell me that verb 13 is zero second.
At time zero, what's,
Yeah, but no, then I mean, because you know that time zero for.
right, but now, this is all going by what. Yeah, so, I mean, has to be, hasn't turned on the. Oh, he was actually. Still compares them. But did I explain properly by saying that the solution itself, whether it's radioactive in the chamber or a nerve filter operating in the chamber, is operating for 20 minutes. So it would be the virus is.
I live on Montclair.
That means.
Operating. I know. Yes. Yeah, we know each other, yeah. Really? Are you in the city?
I was in the city for 13, I mean, I
Yeah.
I didn't have much, I came to
It's
New
always
York.
like that. Second kid, you're out.
I came to New York 45 years ago, having never been to
From where?
Pennsylvania.
Austin?
Interviewed for a job.
This is a layperson
My
saying.
father always told me, talk to the people that have been there for 10 years, ask
And the
yourself
filter is
about
here,
these
and the virus is introduced here on this side.
5 or 7 partners. They're all engineers.
It's not just about really the presentation.
Yeah.
Chart from EPA.
Well, you did
Then I
that
found that
some type of engineering.
No.
Just for brevity's sake, is the.
So I just stepped down. I couldn't retire.
Which is where everything.
When I stepped down as the managing partner, I found them somewhere between 92 and 90. Jarvis, 7 volts.
What
Never
do they do exactly?
But,
Well,
and time zero.
that's one of my projects right there.
Yeah, but it's.
Great way to retire, huh?
Yeah, no, it's not.
That is the central energy plant for Rhinovirus.
Wow. And it's accepted
Built.
on?
No, it's
Oh,
12.
Mitch, this is huge. It's a nice capstone to your career.
That's why I
So
I made that job of explaining, I was saying, the way that the EPA accept, or the way. it accepts-
Currently doing 270 parts. One Madison. This is the world. JFK.
You know what? A lot of people are going to be healthier because of you. And a lot of
But more
people-
important, just that, and that's what we did the farm. We did the original space under the entire new world space.
Wow. So wait, you stayed in firm?
I've been there 45 years.
More details.
That's amazing. That's
I
unheard
was
of.
retired before guy. The shortage was 40, and it was a
Yes,
pair.
I'm ready to give you 1 minute.
Yeah.
And
You found the right place. What business? Who knew, right? You just went,
well, that's what I said. Everybody says, you know, why didn't you? My own kids said that. Why didn't you ever listen to us? Aren't gonna matter. But they just went,
and you've done good stuff. You've done good work. And that's everything, right?
So welcome back, everybody, to the let's see what more for the rest of the session.
Can I take a picture?
Yeah. Okay. We'll stop for a picture. And a group picture.
Where do you want us?
Oh, you can stay.
Everybody should go here?
Yeah. If wherever you feel good.
I think this will be fun. The next is the thing.
Just the speakers, I'm assuming.
Everybody.
Do everybody and then we'll,
Okay.
We've got a wire here that people have to be careful about.
It's a little. It's on both sides, so.
Can you do
It's on both sides. Okay.
There's no end run.
Step over.
Yeah, I'm gonna call.
Everybody step over. Careful.
But yeah, let's see
Oh, mine.
what's missing.
Hold on.
Both sides.
There's someone missing, yeah.
That was Brian.
Yes.
Falling, so.
Yes.
And then he replaced himself.
Krishna also.
Someone got it.
Krishna coming?
Oh,
My mother, my he's turning in.
So are we gonna be okay? That's gonna be like back there, right? Can we just turn that? Yeah. Oh, that'll be
It's a
good.
magic button.
All right.
Oh, they turned
Rain?
Yeah.
Right. Oh, yeah.
Well, as long as you can see all of it.
Somebody's coming?
No, I think.
This is it.
Okay.
Go on, Tracy.
No, that's good for you, Manny.
Go to the post office wall.
Right on it. Thank you.
All right. Once again, we've got a wire. Also a plug.
Only a tripping hazard.
Yeah.
Let's see how to do this.
Okay, showtime. And my cat, my green bucket aren't so cat-like anymore.
All right, so Mitch is going to get an extra 5 minutes if he wants them. Okay. Okay, reboot. So we're continuing with our session on potential indoor air treatments to prevent disease transmission. Our next speaker is Mitch Simpler, Yaris Baum and Bowles. Did I pronounce that right?
Jarvis.
Jaris, Bounds and Bowles, JB&B, Consulting Engineers USA. We're going to hear an engineering perspective on how we can possibly treat the air to protect ourselves. Mitch?
Thank you. Well, good to see the team back together and some new friends. So we've talked about a lot of different things, and I'm sure this will be discussed at nauseum. And my particular role today is to talk about only parts of the infection mold, which are large droplet and aerosol methods of conveying the virus.
The microphone there will project better.
My voice doesn't project?
Well, I want to make sure that.
Yeah, good.
Can you hear it?
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So that'll be my focus. So CDC has identified two of them now. The most likely methods of conveying the virus are the airborne transmission through large and small droplets. That's better. Now, even I can read it. Not that I need to, but, and some of this obviously was covered earlier about how long the COVID virus can withstand surfaces. 2 to 3 days was a little bit alarming to many of us. But the most important thing is that the airborne seems to be the primary method now by which it's conveyed. Hence the reason they bring in the engineers. ASHRAE, which is the American Society for Heating, Refrigeration, and Air Conditioning Engineers,
is considered to be the global standard for HVAC design and technology. And they have been actively involved on the COVID crisis in terms of looking for engineering solutions to help mitigate the transmission of COVID-19. But they're not alone, right? The CDC, WHO, World Health Organization, obviously ASHRAE, and ASHE. ASHE is a subset of ASHRAE, the American Society for Hospital Engineers. And being a person who designs hospitals, and we've done tons and tons we're doing 12 right now, hospitals have been intimately concerned with the transmission of any airborne virus, and surface-borne as well. So a lot of the technology that you hear about, and that I'll talk about today, that ASHRAE and everybody have come out with, have really just been off-spins of what's been going on in the hospital design technology for years. Infectious control is no big deal. However, one of the punchlines I'm going to get to is these are all great technologies, and they all make absolute sense if you're designing a brand new building. The problem is we have in New York City alone 700 million square feet of existing buildings that you cannot, under any circumstances, come close to what are being recommended as the design paradigms. But what are the big issues? Number one, increase outdoor ventilation. That is for the sole purpose of diluting and dispersing any contaminants. Quite frankly, it is more so for gas phase contaminants than it is for particle phase. And since the virus is a particle phase, you'll see that when I give the presentation, I'll characterize that a little better. Something that continues to be overlooked is the issue of temperature and humidity control. Viruses have very narrow survivability in certain humidity bands, which happen to be the best bands for human beings. Your lungs perform the best at they're optimized in the same humidity range that viruses are least likely to survive. Hence the reason why humidity control is so important. And in hospitals, as an example, we are absolutely required by code to provide humidification and maintain strict humidity control. Unfortunately, many, again, existing buildings cannot do it because it causes condensation within the construction, which can cause premature failure. Particle filtration, which we'll talk about in more detail, but that's certainly a simple way to reduce the amount of airborne particles, which viruses are. They happen to be very small particles, but they're particles nonetheless. Portable air room cleaners, again, recommended by the majority of these recognized experts, because it's another way to remove airborne particles locally and effectively increase air change rates without changing any of the central station equipment. And then last, UVGI, ultraviolet germicidal technology has been around for 30 years. We employ it. Every hospital air handling unit has it built in it, but not for the purposes of controlling viruses. It's to control mold and mildew growth inside the unit because you have wet surfaces, and the concern is that those can support other microbial growth. Okay. So ASHRAE's recommendations, number one, increase outdoor air ventilation, but the key is increase air change rates in the space. Higher air change rates, it increases dilution and dispersion, reducing the concentration of the virus in the breathing zone of the occupants. All brilliant stuff. Improve central air filtration, remove the particles that are being pulled out of the space, take them out of the airstream so that the air you're returning back to the space, the occupied space, is clean, free of viruses, free of anything that you don't want it to have. Lastly, keep systems running longer. Again, when people are not occupied, allow them to continue to purge those spaces to remove any residual effects and residual virus that might be in the space. And then obviously the portable air cleaners, that gives you the equivalent performance of very high air change rates with equipment that isn't otherwise able to do it. So we'll break it down. Ventilation is your outside air. You got to have it. We all need it as people. It does improve indoor air quality. You've heard about sick building syndrome. That is because buildings back in the past cut their outside air components down and allowed VOCs and CO2 levels to rise at levels that are just inappropriate. Real quick, Dr. Joe Allen from Harvard recently did a study about the cognitive skills of occupants in buildings. Code requires, I'll keep the math easy, 20 cubic feet per minute of fresh air, of outside air. He doubled that to 40 CFM. The cognitive skills of the measured the studies went up 100%, not 5%, not 20%, 100%. So a lot of the buildings that are being designed today are not using code as their standard or their minimum. They're going to what now is called the Harvard study. Because think about the investment in your employees. But the issue is outside air costs money to heat, cool, filter, and move. You got to use fan energy and electricity to cool it and heat it. Very expensive to do, hence the reason why there was a push to reduce it to minimum. Filtration costs. Filters, although they are very effective at removing harmful particles, dust, microbes, the bad news is that's done at a cost. There's energy associated with stopping those particles. It's resistance that converts ultimately to fan energy and horsepower and electricity. So there's always been that push and pull. What do we have to do versus what should we do? This is the Joe Allen's study, right? The Harvard Chan School paper. But the absolute way to maintain proper indoor air quality is through the use of ventilation. More the better. Ventilation is the process of diluting and dispersing the concentration of harmful chemicals, whether it's airborne, gaseous, or suspended particles. The quicker you can dilute and disperse them, they reduce the ability for people to take them in. You would get below the minimum concentration that it takes for people to contract the disease. So obviously, increasing ventilators will result in lower concentration of airborne particles. Terrific, except at what cost? So this is a very simplistic version of what a commercial office building air handling system is. You have a large central station air handler. It could be floor by floor. It could be, some of these things are the size of New York City apartments. They're handling literally hundreds of thousands of cubic feet of air a minute. But the air, you bring in a component of outside air, you filter it, it goes through heating and cooling, and then that box with the AHU, that's the fan, that pumps the supply air down into the occupied space. A separate fan pulls it back, either returns it back to the air handler or spills it overboard. This is the technology we use today. It's been around since my firm started in 1915. All right, so there's no real magic. The technology that you do it with has changed. The key is, if you remember, ventilation is, we want to increase ventilation. How do I do that? I have to speed the fans up. I need to get more air in and more air out. The problem is 99% of the existing buildings, they don't have that capacity. You just cannot wish them to double the air capacity. And to put things in perspective, when I get to the slide, the next slide, it talks about air changes per hour. The average home is 0 to 2 air changes. The average office space, I mean, the suburban office, is between 2 and 4 air changes per hour. Class A office buildings are 4 to 6 air changes an hour. Patient rooms in the hospital, 6 air changes an hour. Infectious control rooms, 12 air changes an hour. Operating rooms, 25 to 30 air changes. I'm just trying to give it to you in perspective. But look at this. So at 6 air changes an hour, right? The Class A office building, the best office building you're going to get, it takes 46 minutes to reduce the concentration of a contaminant down by 99%. And to go from 99% to 99.9, it goes up to 69 minutes. So you can see we're following an asymptote. You know, you're never going to hit it. You just get closer and closer.
Excuse me, how do you define air changes per hour? Is that the inside?
Total volume. Total volumetric change. Again, when you're removing particles versus gases.
Got it.
So as far as I know, it's total air change rate. All right. So the real issue is, as much as we'd love to, I could tell you I cannot go into a building today and say I want to go from 4 air changes to 8. Just can't be done. Not unless you gut the building and start with all new systems. And that's not happening. All right, so that's a really big, this is the kind of the eye opener. And it'll get to a point when I get later in the presentation, why is this important? Because I can't change this. That's a physical character, like I can't change the structural slab. It's there. So one of the ways you change it, you can improve it by changing what's called ventilation effectiveness. So a traditional room like this with the ceiling diffusers and a return in the corner, air comes in, it mixes and it gets pulled out. That mixing gives you a certain ventilation effectiveness, by definition, happens to be 1.0. That's the definition of what a 1 ventilation effectiveness is. Some alternatives, and these are technologies that we've been employing for the last 2 decades, that increase the ventilation effectiveness from a 1 to almost a 2. It doubles it, so it's like having double the air change rates without doubling the air changes. This happens to be UFAD, underfloor air delivery. If you think about it, air is pumped under a raised floor. It comes up through the floor. It's called displacement technology. All of us sitting here create a little thermal plume around you. The cool air comes in, it sits, your body plume causes the air around you to rise, including all of the bad things that we breathe. That goes out with your exhaust. When you breathe out, it goes up, rises up to the ceiling, gets pulled back. Because of that stack effect, the ventilation effectiveness is significantly better. The quality of the air that you breathe in your space is better. What's the downside of this? Well, this adds another $15 a square foot to the project cost, plus it increases the floor height of the building. People do it. One Bank of America, which is One Bryant Park, did it. The New York Times displaced their technology. Every bank, and I'm doing JP Morgan Chase's new headquarters, that all uses underfloor air technology in the high density space, the trading floors, anywhere where there's a group of people, because it does significantly improve the air quality. But again, very limited application. It's great technology, but not used all that much. This is a reverse. Again, unidirectional airflow, supplies high, that contaminants get pushed down to the floor. This is the technology that we use in clean rooms. We do this in operating rooms, in infectious control rooms. Every hospital, that's the technology we use, because we want the contaminants to get pushed down to the floor. They get swept across the floor. Every OR by code, supply high and exhaust low in the corners. There's no dead air space. So this is a study we did and was published in the New York Times about what is the effectiveness of ventilation? What's the real effectiveness? And so this got published, now I can read it, in March of this year. And we worked with the Times to develop this study. Let's see if I can get this thing to work. I did, oh, there it is. You see the mouse, anybody? Huh?
I couldn't see it on the
Yeah,
screen.
Want to tell me?
Yeah, no, but the mouse shows up on the keyboard, but not here.
Oh, all right. Well, does it?
There, yeah.
Oh, you lied to me. Oh, wait a minute. I got it. You're right. There it is. This is cool. This is that, gee whiz technology. But no, it's not working. I had it working before.
Can you enter right now?
There you go. This is computational fluid dynamics. This is it's an analytical tool that we use to predict airflow and air motion within space. There's probably about literally 6 billion calculations done to make this simulation. But what we are simulating, this is a theoretical classroom, univentilators. That the blue, powder blue person is your super spreader. That is a cough, and this is what happens over a period of time as the particles from their sneeze, cough, or whatever it is, they traverse the room. What is the purpose of that? Is that we are now able to change the paradigm. Oh, how do I stop? Enter again. Well, my problem hit escape. I may escape the whole. right? This is 2. Yeah, so this is the second one. Now we've opened a window. And it's hard to tell the difference. You see the air pattern is different, but you notice the darker color is higher density of particles. You notice in this scheme that the particle density is much lighter, much quicker. All right, and so what do we say before enter? All right, this is the third. Now is it not just an open window, it is an open window with a filter and fan. We're now mechanically ventilating space. And you'll see that there again is it's intuitive that you would expect that. I have a higher air change rate, I'm bringing in significantly more air, and therefore I would have a much lighter density of particle counts much closer to the source. All right, enter. So this is the comparison. This is all 3 side by side. Left, no ventilation. Center, open window. Third, open window with a fan. So we know intuitively that it's going to be better. This allows us to demonstrate and quantify the differences. All right. So what did we say before ASHRAE? Ventilation, we just talked about. Next is filtration. And filtration is the act of removing the particles from the air before you supply it back to the occupied space. They traditionally reside in the air handling unit, and your car has it. Every window air conditioner has it. Every home air conditioner has it. It's there first and foremost to protect the equipment, to keep dust from accumulating on the coils, but secondly, it does provide an improved air quality in the space. Just like everything else in this world, there are different qualities of filters. So what has, I've seized it. Here we go. So filters are rated by what they call MERV ratings, which is the minimum efficiency reporting value. ASHRAE's recommended minimum now for commercial buildings is MERV 13. MERV 13 removes 85% of particles that are 0.3 microns and larger, which is a significant reduction. So that's each pass, the air goes through it twice, you take 85% of it, 85%. You can imagine that eventually it scrubs the air. The higher the number, the more efficient it is, the more particles are taken out. Hospitals, we do MERV 16, that's 99.999%. The next one is HEPA, which is 99.69. And then you have OPA, which is 99s. Surprising, the pressure drops on these things get to be just unbelievable. You cannot go into any existing building and even drop a MERV 13 in today without having significant change in performance. You drop these high efficiency filters in, that's great, but the pressure drop when it goes up causes the amount of air to go through them to go down, because you're starting to choke that fan off. And that's the downside. So I have a decision to make. I want to increase my air change rates because that helps dilute and disperse the particles. In the meantime, I want to remove them, and the minute I do that, I cut down my air change rates again. So we're going to get to a punchline in a second, but that's what the issue of filters. These are traditional filters, a technology that has been around for years, but becoming more and more and more popular because it's very efficient and does not change pressure drop. I can get the same amount of air through it. The bad news is these are very expensive technology. It's called electrostatic. Basically, the first set of plates charge the particles coming through, so they have a positive and negative charge, and then the second set of plates are there to attract the positive and negative. Those positive and negatively charged particles go to the plates where they're captured and eventually either shaken off or vacuumed off. Great stuff. And then the stuff that now is the relatively new technology, electrostatic filters. Some of these are powered, you plug them in, and others use strictly the motion of the air creates a static charge, and that's what is used to move the particles over to the plate, and significantly improves their performance. This gives you an idea. This happens to be that one Healthways, a commercially available brand. You see that the particle removal efficiency is in the 99%. That's HEPA filter range without the HEPA filter pressure drop. But surprise, surprise, they are not cheap. And then last, what I said before, because the whole idea is increase the effective air change rates within the space. And how can you do that without touching the central station air handlers, which in most cases is just cost prohibitive. You don't have the space, you don't have the horsepower, you don't have the technology, the duct sizes aren't big enough. What do? Well, effective air change rate is to put a local recirculating unit with HEPA filters in it, and we'll talk about some variations of that. Many of us we're in the conference room, that's what we're experiencing. It's a filter with a GP, a granular pure device in it, which now allows me to remove the particles and also treat the air simultaneously. But this is one of those portable air purifiers. All right, so some other mainstream technologies. One of the things that also is important today, we're seeing this employed in more and more buildings and in healthcare research laboratories, is now increasing the amount of air monitoring and air measurement. We can now measure what's in the air to determine what actions we need to take long before we have people that become symptomatic. And this is becoming, so this goes with the first job we did with this was Bank of America. That was 20 years ago. That has all air sensor technology in it, which we then use as part of our building information to determine how much outside air we need. Do we need to increase air change rates? Do we need to increase outside air change rates? Do we need to raise or lower humidity? Because all that's coming back. The amount of VOCs that are being released into space are also being tracked. It's all part of the indoor air quality. And as I said before, this has been classic for hospital design. It's now coming back into vogue in occupied office spaces because the role that humidification plays with viral management. And that band, the narrow band, right, usually it's between 40 and 60%, right, is where human lungs are the most effective at removing viruses. And it's the band where viruses tend to be the least problematic. They have the lowest survival rate in that narrow band. So this gives you some idea of what that band and why that band exists. And it's critical that we start to take more active control of humidification. We've been doing that in buildings. In the past, a lot of owners saw it as being too expensive. New buildings, it's becoming SOP. You cannot get a Class A tenant to go into a building that does not have humidification. And this is a different view of the same information. This is virus viability as a function of relative humidity. And you see that dead band, that nice beautiful band, what that blue is between 40 and 60, which is really optimum for human lungs as well. So where do you put the humidification? Ideally, you do it in the central air handler. You don't try to put it and distribute it out in the space. It's easy to do it centrally. It can be maintained. It can be controlled. Very easy to do. It's just the question of making sure that the equipment is set up for it when it's time to do it. So this is to show you how the issues I talked about earlier about operating rooms using downflow air motion. We use the same CFD modeling to demonstrate to our hospital clients what the air patterns are going to be over the open patient laying on the surgical table. But this technology, I said, it's been around. It's not been employed in non-hospital applications because it was considered to be too expensive. Now that people have, really seen what viruses can do, these approaches are becoming more and more acceptable. As I said, underfloor air technology, which in the past was considered a luxury, is now being considered, maybe I need to do that. Maybe I don't have a choice. And then we have our emerging technology. This is the GP Grignard Pure, which is, Brian and Grishma, you're going to talk about it in more detail. I'm an engineer. My job is to take what is considerably good science and see how we can apply it in the real world. I leave it to the scientists to tell you how its efficacy and its safety. Although I have listened to it, I believe it. I'm convinced. And to be very clear, I think most of us in this room are not paid a dime to do any of this. I've been involved with GP now for 2 years because I believe it is a solution that we need. And my only disappointment is that we haven't been able to enact it sooner because of our well, I won't get into whether it's political. It's just there are forces that have just been slow to come to action. And so think about what the difference is. We've talked about increasing outside air, increasing filters. That's all good stuff. That removes any contaminants in the air being delivered to the space. It does nothing for what's already in the space. And where's the most common place? If I'm going to get a viral transfer, it's because I'm sitting in a room with somebody with a virus. So we have all this beautiful clean air coming in. Yes, it's diluting, it's dispersing the particles, but they're still there. The difference is the fundamental difference is by introducing GP into this air, that room, that nice beautiful powder blue that you see, the room is now completely immersed in an antiviral decontamination technology. So when you hear Grishma talk about the efficacy, where it's killing the virus within seconds of contact, and all the studies to date say it takes 15 minutes of a certain exposure before you can contract the disease. Guess what that tells you? You've essentially killed it in its tracks. This is no longer an issue. But we need to get the approval first. And we're very much along the way, but we're not quite there yet. And obviously, the way to, if you can't handle it through the central station, although I'm going to do a real quick case study how we did it, you do the same local filtration and increase the air change rates. It helps disperse and dilute the particles, and introduce GP into that same technology. So now you really got the best of both worlds. You get high air change rates and antiviral microbial control. I love this, by the way, because we've actually deployed this on a job. These are autonomous robots, self-learning robots that drive around with the technology in it, and they do it at night, and it's pretty neat stuff. Brian, you paying attention? Yeah. Where's Mark? Where's LoJack? That's my next. That'll be my contribution. All right. So case study we talked about earlier, and am I all right for time? No.
Well, we started about 5 minutes late.
All right. I'll be real quick because this is pretty cool. This is engineering in action. We knew that we had a product that we think could really do the right job. The question is, how do you deploy it? How do you make this stuff? How do you use it to its best advantage? So, as an engineer, what's the first thing as an HVAC engineer, what's the first thing I'm taught to do? Don't allow smoke to move through buildings. We put in fire smoke damper, we put in smoke detector, we put all kinds of technology that compartmentalize the smoke so it can't move, because the stuff behaves like an ideal gas. Given its own druthers, it will go everywhere it can, right? Law of partial pressures. So that when I sat with Etienne, he goes, well, we have this thing, it's like theatrical smoke, because it's smoke. How do we get this rhinovirus? Wow. I've spent the last 40 years, I hate to say that, 40 years, trying to keep smoke from migrating. And now you're giving me an opportunity to migrate it. Oh, this is too good. And I said, look, well, let's assume that cold smoke operates like an ideal gas. If I can inject it into an air ham and it mixes like ideal gas, the duct system will then push that stuff to all the corners at the ratios I need it to be, because it's already going to be pre-mixed. And all the ratios, once they're in, will all go up together. The concentration will go down together, because that's how the air works in a building. So we said we have an opportunity to do this at the New Amsterdam Theater. And there are a total of, I guess, 7 air hammers. Now, this is a unique space. The ceiling in the main theater is 120 feet high. And it's supplied high, and the exhaust is through holes in the floor. It is, remember I talked about that, people sitting at the desk, supply high and return low? Guess what they do? They've been doing that in theaters for 100 years. You supply high and they pull the air down, and it comes through the space, gets pulled back to the fans, up to the roof where the air handlers are. But this is like too easy, but let's give it a shot. So the issues were, one, can we actually deliver the smoke into the space? Grignard pure, but for this argument, we'll say smoke. Because we did it at concentration, we wanted to be able to see it and make sure that we could see that it was being evenly distributed. Second, we want to be able to measure it. We want to be able to know what the concentrations are in that space. And last, we want to be able to control it. So I'm measuring it, and my measurement says I've now gone above my ideal concentration. I want to send a signal up to the device upstairs to throttle back, kind of like cruise control in your car. But we didn't know if it could be done. The whole purpose of doing a case study is to test the theory. This is the device, or one of the similar devices that we use. This is a theatrical haze machine that they use at theaters. They use it at sports venues. So, right, to traditional air conditioning comes in. The idea of these kind of diffusers is they throw air horizontally at a high velocity, called the Coanda effect. That high velocity creates air of low pressure, causes it to stick to the ceiling, and then eventually fall down. But in the process, it also induces air motion within the space. So that's the idea, is it mixes all that air in the space with the air coming in. And it's pretty cool to watch, by the way, because we could see it. We turned it on, you could see all the theory really came to fruition. There are two ways that we introduced it. One is called a side stream injection, because those AMHAZE machines don't have any static pressure. They can't overcome the pressure in the duct. So we either scavenged air off the duct, used the duct pressure to push the air through the haze machine and then back into the duct. And the second was any mechanical, car nuts, cal induction. So that's when you put a hood inside the airstream. Air of high velocity creates air of low pressure, and it actually, Venturi effect, it pulls the smoke in. You say, well, I cut a hole in the duct. You think the air would leak out. Well, if you do it right with the right amount of cowling on it, it actually induces a draft in the duct. So we did both, and both worked quite well. This is the layout of the theater. We put way too many sensors in, not for the purposes that we didn't trust them. We wanted to see and verify that we were getting reasonable distribution. That was the initial game plan. And each of those colors are different spaces handled by different air handlers. And we intentionally triggered upset one system without touching the others to see what the effect was. And then by the end over here, I'm going to trip off fall, but at the bottom of the top are the exit doors. If you go to the theater, they open the door for intermission. You open the side doors. We said, let's open the doors and see what happens. And we know that the concentration should drop dramatically. The question is, did the sensors pick it up and recover? And the answer is they did. And the minute we close the doors, you expect that then to start rising up. We watched it go up, and the controllers set it back down again. And it evened out beautifully. This is some of our rogue duct work. That's the AMHAZE machine in the lower right-hand corner. This is depicting, it's hard, it's not a great shot, but you could actually just barely see the haze in the ductwork. We actually put a plexiglass window in so we could see it. This shows you that we intentionally overdid it. Normally you would not see any of this, but we wanted to make sure that we had the concentration and the high intensity lights. You can see that's the balcony seating up there, and that's the haze coming in. It was incredibly even throughout the space. It took probably 20 minutes for it to get stable. These are the controllers. So we have sensors that were out the space. They go to control units, and those control units then get programmed to run up to the actual the haze machine. These are the upsets. You can see where we intentionally raised it and lowered it to make sure that we're getting correct feedback. This shows that we have reasonably good argument that says if we're measuring particles, we have an analogous amount of mass of chemical in the space within 97% accuracy, which by any statistic is better than anything. So we had two sets of sensors. One, the bottom are the actual sensors that we're using to control the device. These are commercially available sensors. The one on top is a $50,000 PSI particle count that measures it was measuring 70,000 particles per cubic centimeter. And you'll see that there's an absolute direct correlation between what we were measuring on our sensors versus what the PhDs were measuring with their research equipment. Now, the conclusion of all this is that using GP is not, what's the right word I'm trying to say? it's not in conflict with doing any of the other measures. You can increase to the extent that you can air change rates, increase your filtration, add humidification. None of that has any converse impact to the use of GP or vice versa. So in my opinion, these are both avenues that need to be pursued and should be, and that's what we are doing. And if we get GP approved, render it pure, which is just a question of when, not whether, we'll all be better off.
Is there a minimal threshold? Sorry. Is there a minimal threshold for how a building needs to be outfitted before GP can be introduced?
No, it can be, right now, it can be introduced on a room-by-room basis. The technology that's next door is the little portable units.
Yeah.
That have the high air change rates, have the HEPA filtration, and the GP product in it.
Oh, and they're portable?
And they're portable. Right, so you can deploy that on room by room, you can put it in your hotel room.
Yeah. Yeah.
Fit in your suitcase.
You can put them in classrooms.
Well, that's exactly what their beauty of it is. That technology will be probably the most successful because of the fact that it's easily deployable in existing facilities, classrooms in particular.
Mitch, I want to thank you for.
All right.
We're running a little late, so we'll skip any further questions unless they're really urgent and try to move to our next presentation. Stay here.
Okay. Okay.
So our next speaker is Rishma Desai, also from the Grignard Pure Company. She's going to tell us about you're against the variety of bioaerosols. Actually, we better get the
Yeah, I have to have him help me look at it.
your thing up on the. Go get the organizer.
It's on his email, so I don't know.
Oh, it's not
Yeah,
in the laptop?
No, I sent it.
No, he didn't load
It's on here?
it.
No.
I think he loaded it.
Can you help me just load the last one that I sent you? I'll give you a dollar phone.
The caffeine is still there. Yeah, absolutely. The caffeine has not been taken away.
Yeah, this is the last one I sent. Can you go to the last slide? Let me see if this is it. Yeah, that should be.
Is the one?
Yep.
It seemed like the guy was Thursday.
PDF.
Oh, good.
Yeah, this is easier with PDF.
You want to convert that into PPT or is that?
Should be fine.
Yeah.
PDF's okay, right? PDF.
PDF.
Yeah, I'm just gonna use it as PDF. Can you do full screen for the people?
Oh, yeah, it's okay. Let me save it to below.
Or would it be easier if we make it a PowerPoint?
Oh, you want PowerPoint?
The things you fix it to you, how come?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm gonna plug in my phone.
How did the picture come up?
Wait, are you in it? Yeah, okay, yes, you are. It's, mine is fuzzy. I hope that the
It's
other
okay,
share
that's
is
fine.
better.
I'm trying.
No, saving as PDF.
Oh, yeah, I saved on the desktop.
Okay, that's fine, I'll just.
But I'm waiting online to do their presentation.
Online.
Yes.
Oh, so I remotely here.
Yeah,
So
so,
they have to wait till, yeah, when we're in session. we have to-
yes, so once we finish the session, then we can. Yeah. And then maybe I can also just say,
Well, you would have got sure.
yeah, when all is done, yeah.
Yeah,
You're here for overview of my presentation.
Okay,
Sure, here.
let me, is Brian coming to?
I'm not sure.
Mitch had to leave.
Yes, me too.
That was very.
Okay, here, I'll come over now, please.
That's for last.
No idea.
Very nice.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Marky, thank you.
That's all the way. That's all the way.
Let's get this presentation over. Dr. Goldman. Yes,
Okay, so let's redo it again.
yes.
No, there's nothing.
Okay, once again, I'll introduce our speaker, Grishma Desai, efficacy of Grignard Pure against a variety of bioaerosols.
Thank you, Dr. Goldman. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Grishma Desai, and I'm the lead chemist with Grignard Pure and Grignard Company. So my colleague, Brian Regan, went over a quick introduction on Grignard Pure. It's an antimicrobial airborne treatment with triethylene glycol as its active ingredient. My presentation is going to cover the efficacy of Grignard Pure against a variety of bioaerosols. Okay, so we partnered with a third-party lab, Aerosol Research and Engineering Labs in Kansas, to conduct the testing against Grignard Pure's efficacy against a variety of bioaerosols. The main objective was to show the efficacy of the product against multiple microbes at a specific concentration of Grignard Pure. Each microbial species was tested individually, and then it was tested in the presence of Grignard Pure to determine the efficacy. The methodology was a controlled time release method where Grignard Pure was introduced into the chamber in a continuous manner at specified time intervals. And it was a room-sized bioaerosol chamber, which I will provide a diagram to look at where the Grignard Pure device was located, how the microbes were introduced, and the sampling of the airs. The results are going to be discussed in terms of net log reductions, which is the efficacy achieved as a result of Grignard Pure and the natural die-off from the microbes. Results are presented at time 15 minutes, 60 minutes, and then the estimated time that was required to reach a 3-log reduction, which is the EPA's standard for a sanitizing claim of 99.9% reduction in any microbe. Okay, a quick background on the lab that conducted the testing. ARE Labs was founded in 2009. They're mainly focused on bioaerosol programs, respiratory drug delivery, and inhalation studies for animal models. The methodology employed by Grignard Pure for the testing was based on protocols that were developed by the FDA in 2012 for air purifier qualification of medical devices. Modifications were added based on the EPA testing that was conducted by the Office of Research and Development at the EPA in 2021 with Grignard Pure. As I mentioned earlier, the objective of the study was to determine the efficacy of Grignard Pure when applied at a specific concentration. For these studies, the aerosol concentration of Grignard Pure utilized was 0.04 milligrams per meter cubed of Grignard Pure, equal to an active ingredient concentration of 0.025 milligrams per meter cubed of the triethylene glycol. A variety of microbes were tested, including gram-positive bacteria, gram-negative bacteria, envelope viruses, non-envelope virus, the mycobacterium, and the mold spore. So currently, the US EPA and FDA utilize a hierarchy of disinfection that classifies all these microbes in the order of least resistant to most resistant against disinfectant chemicals. So the
least resistant class of microbes is the envelope virus, which is what the SARS-CoV-2 is categorized as. So it's the easiest to be disinfected by with chemicals. The next is the gram-positive bacteria, followed by the gram-negative bacteria. Then we have the non-envelope viruses, which are harder to kill, followed by the mycobacteria and the mold spores that are the most resistant to chemical methods of disinfection. So Grignard Pure was tested against all of these microbe classifications to determine if it's effective only at the least resistant level or will provide the same kind of efficacy as you move up the hierarchy of disinfection. This is a quick overview of the different species that were tested. So for the gram-positive, we tested Listeria and the MRSA, which is the methicillin-resistant staphylococcus. These are surrogates for pathogenic microorganisms that are commonly found in food and hospital areas and cause infections. For the gram-negative, we tested the Salmonella, Klebsiella, and Pseudomonas. The non-enveloped virus, we did the MS2, which is also a potential surrogate for the SARS-CoV-2. While it is not enveloped like the SARS-CoV-2, it is more resistant to disinfection, and hence it gives a better idea of if a technology is able to disinfect against the MS2, it should have similar effects against the SARS-CoV-2. For the envelope virus, we did the Phe6, the acid bacteria, we tested the Mycobacterium, and for the mold, we did the Aspergillus. Okay, quick overview of the methodology. This is a diagram of the chamber. You can see in the center of the chamber is where we put the Grignard Pure device. The device utilized in the studies was a nebulizing device. It is a portable device that has the lowest output of Grignard Pure that can be used as a worst case scenario to determine efficacy of Grignard Pure. So the nebulizer deployed Grignard Pure at concentrations of 0.04 milligrams per meter cubed throughout the study timeline. We did contact testing where we were also looking at settling plates to see if the microbes are inactivated in the air as well as whatever is settling down on surfaces. And then samplers were taken using the AGI impingers, and the Collison nebulizer was used to introduce each of these microbes into the chamber as bioaerosols. Temperature and humidity were monitored and controlled for all of the studies. The temperature range was from 23 to 24 Celsius, and the humidity was 30 to 40%, reflecting the average temperature and humidity conditions in most buildings. Okay, a quick overview of the results. So the first slide, the way the results were calculated was there was a master stock that was used for both a control trial as well as the test trial. The control trial simply introduced the microbes into the chamber and looked at the natural die-off of the microbe over time of the study. And then the test trial introduced Grignard Pure and then added the microbe into the chamber to see how Grignard Pure is going to reduce the levels of the microorganism in the air. The same master stock was used for both of these studies, and then the results were calculated by using the time zero concentration from the control trials, subtracting the results from the test trial to get the net log reductions. So in all cases, for the different classifications of the microbes, at least a 2 log reduction was achieved in the first 15 minutes, which is equivalent to a 99% reduction of the microbe in the chamber. At 60 minutes, greater than 3 log reductions were achieved for all of the categories of the classifications. With the mold spores, a 1.5 net log reduction was determined. Okay, now I'm going to present the results by each classification. So for the first graph over here, the dotted line at the bottom shows the natural die-off of the microbe when it's just present by itself in a chamber. So for the Listeria, in the 15 minutes, you have a 0.38 log reduction of the microbe without any treatment present in the chamber. When you add the Grignard Pure into the chamber, the log reduction of the microbe increases to 2.93, which is a greater than 99, which is almost a 99.9% log percent reduction. And then the bold line in the middle calculates the difference between the addition of Grignard Pure and the natural die-off to give you a net log reduction of the microbe when utilized with Grignard Pure. So from the graph over here, you have a 0.8 log reduction at time 0 when you're introducing the microbe into a space that is already treated with Grignard Pure. That's how the product would be utilized. And then by 24 minutes, you're estimated to reach a greater than 3 log reduction, net log reduction with this product. These are the results for the staff. At time 0, you're getting a 1.4 log reduction as compared to the control trial. And by 8 minutes, you're at a greater than 3 log reductions with this microorganism. The Salmonella 2 provides a greater than 3 log reduction in the first 24 minutes. As you can see, within the first 15 minutes, you're already getting a greater than 99% reduction in all of the microbes tested so far. The Klebsiella, we have a greater than 3 log reduction in the first 28 minutes. There is a highlighted red section over here, which shows that the results obtained were affected by the fact that Grignard Pure had already reduced the number of microbes to the level that they were no longer detectable. So a higher initial concentration of the microbes would be needed to get a more accurate value of how much is remaining at the time points of 60 and 90 minutes. Similar situation with the Pseudomonas, but the limit of detection in this case was reached within the first 30 minutes. So past the 30 minutes, the actual calculation was limited in terms of what was calculated. The MS2 bacteriophage, which is considered a surrogate for the SARS-CoV-2, provided a 3 log reduction in the first 15 minutes. So we are achieving the 99.9% reduction, and in 45 minutes, a net log reduction of 3 logs. The envelope virus, the Phe6, which is similar to what the SARS-CoV-2, which is the same category as the SARS-CoV-2, achieved a greater than 3 log reduction in the first 30 minutes. And similarly, after the 15-minute sampling time was reached its limit of detection and hence could not be detected with the Grignard Pure. An increase in the log reduction was due to the change in the plating volumes. Okay, the second last category was the Mycobacterium. This also achieved a 0.64 log reductions in the time 0 when compared to the controls, and in 14 minutes was at a net log reduction of 3 logs, so greater than 99%. Okay, and finally, the last category was the Aspergillus, which would achieve a greater than 3 log reduction at the 60 time point. So in addition to the aerosol testing, we also, this is a quick summary of the aerosol testing with each microbes at time 0, 15, 30, and 60 minutes. As you can see, with all the different categories of microorganisms, within the first 15 to 30 minutes, we were able to achieve a greater than 3 log reduction, which is the 99.9%. And a lot of the species were affected by the method limit, by reaching the method of limit of detection due to less microbes being present for the calculation with the Grignard Pure treatment. Okay, so in addition to the bioaerosol results, we also did testing with effectiveness of Grignard Pure on the surfaces. So we had settling slides that were used to determine the reduction of microorganisms that were deposited onto surfaces. These slides were showing what the net accumulation of the organism was due to deposition. There was a comparison between the control trials and the Grignard Pure trials to show what the net reduction is between the pre-inoculated slides and then the slides where the treatment was added. The net reduction validated that the microorganisms were inactivated and that the reduction was not due to the microbes settling over time due to gravitation. So for this methodology, we placed slides at a height of 3 feet on a stainless steel table. They were 3 feet away from the Grignard Pure dispersal device so that the Grignard Pure was not directly directed at the slides containing the inoculum. The slides remained in the chamber for the full 90 minutes, so they were put in at time 0 and removed at time 90 minutes to evaluate. The slides were plated to calculate the net accumulation of any microbe over time. And the slides were, the average concentration of the microbes was then compared in the control trials where there was no Grignard Pure to the trials where Grignard Pure was added. This is a quick chart that shows the settling results where you can see the MS2, which is this dark red bar graph. It yielded the most reduction with the Grignard Pure, so almost a 3.6 log reduction. The amount of reduction depended on the amount of settling that it yielded. As we had seen in the previous slides, a lot of the microbes had a higher natural die-off in its control. So due to that lower concentrations, you had less settling on the slides as well. And then adding the Grignard Pure further reduced the amount of microbes that were settling on the slides. The species that are marked with the red star, so we have the Mycobacterium, the Klebsiella, the Listeria, and the Feces, were already at the limit of detection at the sampling time for 90 minutes. So a higher log reduction would have been achieved if we'd started with a higher concentration, but because of the effect of Grignard Pure and the natural die-off of the product, they were already at the limit of detection by the 90 minutes. This is a comparison of each of the microbes to the control slides. Again, the MS2 had a significantly higher reduction, so it started at, almost 10, at a 3 million value and was only down to 637 CFUs per centimeter cubed. Species, again, such as the Pseudomonas and the Phe6 had concentrations that were below the 25, and again, the lower concentrations led to a lower reduction resolution. Okay, in addition to all of the testing that was conducted with ARE, the US EPA Office of Research and Development had also conducted testing against Grignard Pure in 2021. The main objective of EPA's research was to evaluate the different types of aerosol treatment technologies in reducing airborne virus concentrations using a large-scale test chamber and standardized approach. The EPA ORD office tested Grignard Pure in 2 different scenarios. In the first scenario, Grignard Pure was introduced into a chamber that contained aerosolized MS2. In the second scenario, the MS2 was introduced into the chamber first, and then Grignard Pure was added at the target concentrations that it would be utilized. The methods and methodology applied by the US EPA are available on their official webpage, and I'll go through a quick summary of the results. So for the first test scenario where Grignard Pure was introduced into the chamber containing the MS2, at the first sampling time point of 15 minutes, a 95.5% reduction was achieved, and by 60 minutes, a 97.6% reduction was achieved. Similar results were seen at the ARE labs that I just discussed in the previous slides. And for the second scenario, where the MS2 is introduced into a chamber and then the product is already present, a 99.5% reduction is seen at the first sampling time point, where it's already instantly reducing the concentration as the microbe is getting added into the chamber. At the 15 and 60-minute sampling time points, the concentration, the reduction increases to a 99.4% and followed by a 99.9% reduction. Okay, that is a quick summary and overview of the efficacy of Grignard Pure, and happy to answer any questions.
One question about the 90-minute threshold. Is that a standard threshold in aerosol testing, or was that something that you chose?
No, so there currently isn't any standard for aerosol testing of airborne technologies, but because the longest duration of the technology testing was 90 minutes, and we did not want to interrupt, removing slides while the testing was still going on, we conducted the testing till 90 minutes, but it could be reduced to 60 or 30 minutes depending on what concentration and what the testing is at. You're welcome. Okay.
Really cool. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any additional questions? Okay, we'll move to our last talk of this session by getting Emanuel from Rutgers University, my colleague. Title of Gabby's talk is SARS-CoV-2 aerosols in hose of COVID-19 infected adults, presence and control.
Right, thank you, Manny. As soon as I get this up,
Oh, should we get the?
no, I think I should.
Yours to the top right.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay,
All right, so hey, good afternoon. So as Manny said, I'm getting my notes from Rutgers University, and today I would like to share some of the results from the study that we did in people's homes, where we had adults infected by COVID-19. And as you will see, this topic and this study kind of ties with all the topics that we discussed today. That is how to prevent the infection, what are the potential controls, and how these controls work in the real environment, and also how hard it is, turns out, to actually measure this virus, even though we know people are infected, how hard it is to measure this virus in a real environment in people's homes. Okay, so here you can see all the co-authors and participants of the study. The main PI was Dr. Kippen. He is the one who was the PI on the grant that provided funding. I'm one of the PIs, other PIs on the study. So a little bit again of the background, kind of repeat the same. Conventional wisdom in the early days of the pandemic was that COVID-19 is transmitted via large respiratory droplets and also through fomites. But aerosol scientists immediately had issue with this explanation because to us, any particle in the air is an aerosol. And aerosol scientists very quickly realized that it is the airborne transmission that is driving this whole pandemic. Also, there was this assumption and supposition by the CDC stating that up to 54% of homes with a COVID-19 positive individual will experience transmission to another resident. However, they did not provide any data. They kind of inferred this based on, how this pandemic developed and based on the fact that, people spend so much time indoors and also with a family member who might be infected. So before I go into the study, just to reiterate a little bit as to what happens when you have virus in the air, in a home like this. So you would have in this home an infected individual, which is the source of the virus. So that individual talks, coughs, sneezes, produces aerosol droplets. Now, what happens to the droplets? There is a number of things that could happen. One, largest ones will settle. Yes, there is that settling within 6 feet because the very largest droplets, those that you can see with the naked eye, they will settle down under the gravity. Some of them will be removed by ventilation, just as Mitch described. We increase ventilation, we increase the amount of fresh air that we bring in. That means we remove particles from the air. Next, we'll have inactivation, which could be natural inactivation and could also be due to inactivating technologies such as Grignard Pure. In addition, we could also remove the presence of the virus based by other means such as filtration. So when all these things are considered, so when you have an infected individual, this is the guy on the extreme left that talks, sneezes, produces all these particles, you have susceptible individual closer to the person. He might be exposed, most likely will be exposed. Then as the time progresses, droplets dry off because of low humidity in the air compared to humidity in the lungs, because as we produce these droplets, they will be very humid, have a high relative humidity, but as soon as they hit their own air, they begin to desiccate in a matter of seconds. The droplets become much smaller. As they become smaller, they will stay in the air, or they will go with air currents, and they may reach another individual who would be at a long distance from the infected person. So all in all, that exposure, which is concentration of particles multiplied by time, might lead to a potential exposure. That is how much of this virus actually gets into the respiratory system. Our goal is all these measures that we discussed. There is nothing 100% efficient. That's why we talk about the Swiss cheese approach. But the goal of that Swiss cheese is to minimize that potential exposure and to minimize that dose as much as possible. So then, even though some of the virus might get through, they will be inhaled and they will be deposited inside the respiratory system. And here you can see the standard or classical deposition model right there to the right. You can see that black line is the total deposition in your lung, depending in the respiratory system, depending on the particle size. This particular dip that you will see, the minimum point, that's the particle size of about 0.3 microns. This is the most penetrating particle diameter. So our lungs are designed to actually minimize the position of these particles, and then particles to the left and to the right of it will have higher deposition. Also, all these filtration efficiencies, the masks, N95, they describe that's the efficiency at the most penetrating particle size of this disc. So that's where the filtration is least effective, and that's your efficiency for the least effective filtration. So N95 means that mask will capture 95% of the most penetrating particles, meaning it will be even more effective for smaller and larger particles. That's the essence of filtration. Okay, so filters will remove particles. And that's why we hypothesized that since this SARS-CoV-2 virus will be associated with fine particles, also larger particles, that means it will act as an aerosol. If it acts as an aerosol, then we can also treat as an aerosol, okay? That means we can treat as an aerosol. So maybe then, if we treat it as an aerosol, we could use the portable HEPA filters that Mitch mentioned to see how much that would reduce presence of these viral particles in the air. So that was the basis for our study. So we solicited volunteers, people who have verified infection, and then we wanted to measure the presence of airborne virus in the two rooms. In one room, which we call the isolation room, which is the primary room used by the subject, where the subject would self-isolate. And then we would also measure the presence of the virus in adjacent room, which we call a common room or secondary room. That's where the person would not spend that much time. We provided a portable HEPA filter, this particular model, Medify 40, which was placed in the isolation or primary room only. Now, in order to measure this treatment efficacy, we randomized treatment order. The filtration machine was used for 2 consecutive 24-hour intervals. During one interval, it had a filter in it. In the other interval, it did not have filter in it. We call that the sham period. However, we put something that looked like a filter, although it did not perform the function of the filter, so that the person would not know the difference, and that would not affect their behavior. So that's how it worked. So we recruited people in the fall and winter of 2020 and 21 via email flyers at the time of their COVID diagnosis. We partnered with some healthcare providers. So as soon as a person heard the news that they were infected, they were given the flyer about the study, asking if they would like to be enrolled. So this way, 23 individuals agreed to participate. Once they agreed to participate, it took about a couple of days to set up the study, to schedule a visit to their home. So at the time of first visit, we also administered saliva tests to make sure that they're still infected at the time of our study, and that was the reason why 5 of them were excluded, plus one more home was excluded due to equipment malfunction. So now we are left with 17 participants. They were randomized into 2 groups. The group on the left, they were allocated to the sham period, that is HEPA no filter in the cleaner during the first day, and then they were switched to the other group. And then the other group, they had, of 9, they had filter in their portable air filter, and then they were switched to sham. Eventually, samples were taken during both days, and then samples were analyzed. Okay, so as I mentioned, we collected 2 24-hour air samples on filters in each room. We used this particular equipment, filters and Leland Legacy pumps. That collected total amount of 14 cubic meters of air, which is pretty large. Plus, we also measured the presence of PM2.5 particles by this low-cost monitor called AirVisual that I will feature a little bit later. In addition, we also asked questions about symptoms, demographics, household characteristic, that is the size of the room, HVAC in the house, etc., and also asked people to give their self-estimate how much time they spent in self-isolation room and also in the common room. Samples then were analyzed, sent to a commercial lab, and they looked for, they used FDA-approved protocol. They looked for 3 genomic regions, N gene, S gene, and ORF1. And we decided to use these criteria for presence or absence. If the CT value is less than 37, then we use it as a clinical cutoff. And if CT value is less than 40, we use it as environmental cutoff because there was no real agreed upon standard, what is the actual positive detection. We just said if any of the genes show up, we consider this to be a positive. So this is kind of a schematic how it looked like. So we would have this room, we have a portable air cleaner, then that opposite corner of the room where the person's bed would be, we also place the samplers somewhere in the room away from windows, doors, to minimize any interference. Also away from the person, because if the person coughs, we did not want those large droplets to be caught, because our hypothesis was that virus spreads via small aerosol particles, so we don't want to catch large droplets because that would be a false positive. This is the picture of the portable air cleaner that was used. We set this cleaner at the lowest setting because that was least disturbing to people who already are sick, because noise could be bothersome. So at that setting, it ran at 260 CFM per minute, or about 7.5 cubic meters per minute of air. Units, by the way, they were donated by Rutgers-New alum who runs the company, and I have to say he did not in any way affected the study. He was glad to donate the units, and plus all the participants got to keep the cleaners at the end of the study. So that's another incentive for somebody to participate. All right, so our brave sampling team goes into people's homes in all the protective garb, collects the samples. As I mentioned, samples gets analyzed. And as I said, on the very first day of study, we administered saliva test. So these are participants in the study, and here you see the CT values that were detected in saliva. So let me emphasize that this is in saliva. Different colors represent different genes. That threshold for detection, 37, CT of 37 is the dotted line at the top. None of it reached it. And you can see the variability in CT values, somewhere between 17, that's high load of virus, all the way to about 36, that's on the lower side. Also, starting from participant 21, you no longer see the S gene because that gene has mutated. Was no longer detectable by the protocol at the time. So all these 17 participants, they were actively infected at the time of the study. They had virus in their saliva. What about virus in the air? Well, turns out it's not so easy to catch one, at least on filters. So this is now what we see in the air during the sham period when we have no filtration. On the left, we had 7 out of 16 detects, which is 44%. That's in the primary room. That's where persons said they would self-isolate primarily. Interestingly enough, we have a similar detection frequency in the secondary room during the sham period, which have 7 out of 15 detects. So even though people self-isolate, maybe they travel a little bit into the other room, there's also air motion. That virus gets transferred in the other room as well. Okay. We also then look at the connection or association between presence of virus in saliva and aerosol. And you can see here in the primary room, we had a much higher, we divided participants into low CT group. That means they have a high load of virus in their saliva, and a high CT group, which means they have lower load in their saliva. This is about 25th percentile. In the low CT group, we had a high chance of observing virus in the air. That means if a person has higher load of virus in their saliva, there is a higher likelihood that virus will be present in the air. That makes sense, but at least we see that experimentally. The difference was not statistically significant, but very, very closely just due to lower sample size. In the secondary room, that association was not as pronounced as there was some dilution of virus that would be present, but I think it kind of shows in the primary room we have this association between virus and ability to detect virus in the air. This linked to a published study. So what about the effectiveness of the filtration? Well, in the primary room, when we had the sham period, we detected virus in 7 out of 16. When we had filtration in those primary rooms, we detected virus in 4 out of 16. So we go from 44% detection down to 25% detection. So that means there is an effect. There is a lower ability or lower chance to catch the virus or rather find virus in the air when you have these portable air cleaners present.
Also, interesting enough, if you look at here, even the filtration present, this is participant 4, this is also participant 4, so it's the same home. This is participant 9, this is also participant 1. This is participant 11 and 13, they are also participants 11 and 13. So that means the load was sufficiently high, and when we think about the detection, the CT value, each number of the CT value means double the concentration of virus. Even if the portable air filter is, let's say, 90% effective, that reduces the CT value by 8. Okay, because double, that's close to 90%. So that means even though the filter decreases the amount of virus, the virus would still be present in the air. So the next step would be to actually look more closely to the viral RNA quantity per cubic meter to see how that was influenced by the presence of the filter. So results to this part of the study, and there is another one, that we had measurable airborne SARS-CoV-2 in most homes, 44% in isolation rooms and 47% in common rooms. We say that air samples likely represented small aerosol droplets and droplet nuclei. At the same time, we saw that filtration decreased the presence of virus in the air. So we went from 34% down to 25%, although due to low sample size, this difference was not statistically significant. So this part of the study published in 2 papers, one in the Atlas of the American Thoracic Society, the other one with PCR data in indoor air. Just came out. This one came out this year. I think this one came out early in 2020. So there's also another aspect to this study, that is the effectiveness of portable air cleaners. Since we have the data, we thought, what about the effectiveness of these air cleaners? So first of all, we have this PAC portable air cleaner with HEPA filter in a primary room. We have low-cost monitors like these, not the professional grade devices, but these guys that cost about $300, so we can easily put them in people's rooms, that measure PM levels in the primary room and the secondary room. We have the presence of filter in 24 hours and also 24 hours without the filter, and actually look at difference in particle concentration. Now, important thing here to emphasize and remember that we did not script residents' behavior. In each individual home, it's comparison of one day to another day. And even, for example, with filter, they maybe did not cook, they could have cooked without cook. So there is no scripted behavior that they have to do something or not to do something. You just let them go about their lives like they usually do. And we thought, because of the aggregate number of data, we should be able to see a reduction of PM. We also looked at the data during the 24-hour period, and we also divide the data during the day and the night. So what did we see? Well, this one looks at the effectiveness based on the overall average PM 2.5. So the darker blues are the PM concentrations, which are on the right axis during the sham period, and this kind of greenish, that's PM concentrations during filtration period. So the first 2 pairs are overall during the 24 hours. So we can see that we actually have a decrease in the average PM concentration, and this decrease is statistically significant, and it was about 80% overall in the aggregate. During day period, it's about 80%, and during the nighttime, that decrease was also about 70%. We also see that we also have a decrease in particle concentration in the secondary room in the 24 hours during the day, during the night, even though the filter wasn't there. That means due to air mixing, the benefit of the filter, the effectiveness of that air motion actually gets transferred to another room as well. So this is a new finding, and that means you have, let's say, portable air cleaner in this room, but because it is not totally enclosed, that effect will transfer to the space nearby. So even adjacent room could get some benefit, even though that benefit could be lower, but still there's a benefit of reduction. So there's more data to this. We are working on publication, and this is in preparation. The hope is maybe we'll be able to submit either
late this year or early next year. I just got latest draft from this Mr. Luke, who's working on a paper. So in conclusion, our data support the hypothesis that airborne transmission via small droplets or droplet nuclei is a very important and dominant pathway for virus exposure. It's a first such report in naturalistic study where people's behavior was not scripted. And we also see that filtration has a reducing effect on the presence of PM2.5, that is particles smaller than 2.5 in the isolation room and even in the separate room. So obviously cannot finish without acknowledging sponsors of the study, especially the NIHS Center, NIHS Training Grant, and also physicians and also World Health who referred participants to us. We also would like to thank Infinity Biologics who analyzed our data and Dr. Andrew Brooks. Unfortunately, I have to say late. Dr. Andrew Brooks, who is the inventor of the saliva test, and who was instrumental in adapting that saliva test for our filters. So we thank all these participants, and also thank people, subjects who allowed us into their homes, because that's an extra burden on them. They don't feel well, and here we come in with all the pumps, the noise equipment, etc. So thank you all them. And I will finish with a couple of images from New Jersey. And so I realize that I'm the last person standing between you and dinner, so I'll try to do.
Well, Martha hasn't presented yet.
Oh, she, okay.
No,
Yeah.
I'm just gonna just give a brief of what I talked about, and then there's another presentation waiting online.
Okay.
Well, first, I want to thank Getty.
All right, thank you.
Sure, I do have one question.
Yes.
Getty. So, is there any possibility of testing for viable virus, or is it just not
Yeah, it would have been too hard. We thought about that.
from the air sample?
Yeah, from what we have seen in the literature, that when they are collected just like that on filters, it would be next thing possible to catch a live virus. I mean, because they're very susceptible to stress. So people like Lednicki's group and CYU in Florida who were able to find live virus, they use totally different methodology.
Yeah, there's only that one paper in the hospital for
Yeah.
air
Right. They use a specific device that is able to catch the virus, maintain it in a droplet state, keep it kind of in a very low stress environment. That's why they're able to see. With the regular filters, I doubt we would have seen live virus. That's why we decided not to go with the expensive network.
Thank you. So that concludes the session, the afternoon session of potential indoor air treatments to prevent disease transmission. And thank you all for attending.
All right. Okay. She's going to.
Yeah. So we'll
Yeah.
Okay, no, I won't take a lot of your time. I just wanted you to have an understanding of why I traveled all the way from South Africa to present this. So in South Africa, we had two problems. The first one is after COVID hit, no one cared about HIV and AIDS, which is the main problem in South Africa. And nobody cared about the occupational exposures in the work environment, which is also another problem that we have. So because we are in public health, we decided we must do something and look at it and give feedback that people still need to go back and focus on what has been going on. So because I'm not into HIV, I'm into occupational exposures. I looked at the personal exposure to respirable crystalline silica dust at a selected coal-fired power station in Bethel. I won't give you like everything that we did, but just to tell you the findings that we got and what we recommended at the end to the mines and also to the power stations where we did our study. So from this study that we did, we measured personal exposures levels of employees to respirable crystalline silica. And from this study, we discovered that there are some people that were exposed in the cleaning sector, in the respiratory, like where they are doing the grinding and where they were doing the crushing. So from there, we collected the samples, and at the end of the day, we realized that at a lot of sections, there were people that still were exposed to crystalline silica, where the recommended occupational exposure limits was above the 2 milligrams per cubic meter. And then we had to say, you need to go back to the control measures that were there before we started or before COVID hit, to make sure that you do not have exposures to the occupational hazards such as the crystalline silica, which causes silicosis, and have our people safe again, because we don't want to go back to these occupational exposures and then just concentrate on COVID. Because even the people in the workplace, they were now focused on saying we can only be, everything else has been done to protect us from these occupational exposures. So now nothing has been done to protect us from COVID. So what do we do now? We just wear respirators and then we forget about everything else. So that was the rationale of why we did this study. Thank you so much.
And we have published on this, more information if should anyone need more details.
Yeah, my question was, what did you supposed to happen?
Okay, so we did a gravimetric sampling,
and we used some gravimetric filters. So I had here the filters before and after we did our sampling. Yes, it was bad.
Yeah.
And everybody else was not worried about this, and they were really being exposed and just worrying about exposure to COVID. Yeah.
Wow, look at that filter.
Exactly.
And that's like,
and this was from one of our participants who was working in the community section. And we published on this, I can share with you the.
thank you. Thank you.
Yes, it just became the best. So the same release an online presentation. I don't know if people are going to stay for it.
Right. So it's gone. We're finishing. Perfect. Yeah. Well, we still have all our stuff in store. Yeah, we can get that. Sorry.
We are ready for you, Lava, if you're ready to do your presentation.
So I'm ready. So, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, nice to talk to you from Germany. Unfortunately, I cannot be by you in New York City because of several circumstances, but I am very happy to talk to you now. I am from General Hospital in Büren, Germany. It is the teaching hospital from University of Münster. And I want to tell you here something about main thing about the prolonged weaning and the importance of effective sacrolytic therapy and inhalative therapy, which is very important in the process of prolonged weaning, especially by COPD Gold D patients and respiratory intensive care unit. I'm personally specialist for respiratory medicine and weaning. I'm consultant and the head of respiratory intensive care unit in General Hospital of Büren. I have treated at about 5,000 patients with respiratory diseases in the last 20 years, and at about 500 patients with weaning on our respiratory intensive care unit during the last 9 years. My team is the effective sacrolytic bronchodilatative strategies by prolonged weaning by COPD Gold D patients and respiratory intensive care unit after quantitative-based lung computer tomography and lung volume reduction surgery by massive emphysema. A meta-analysis of the studies published in the 90s calculated the incidence of ventilator-associated pneumonia. That is a very important thing, the ventilator-associated pneumonia, at about 16.5% of 1,000 patients days, of 1,000 patient days. Of 1,000 patient days. So the mortality of ventilator-associated pneumonia is estimated to be 20 to 40%. That is a very heavy thing, and the costs related to ventilator-associated pneumonia are remarkable, in particular with regard to multi-drug resistant pathogens. So the ventilator-associated pneumonia is an infection frequently caused by several bacteria like Pseudomonas aeruginosa, Haemophilus, and Klebsiella, or by Staphylococcus aureus. By COPD Gold D patients with emphysema who undergo a long volume reduction surgery by prolonged weaning and long-term treatment and intensive care unit after a quantitative-based lung computed tomography to prevent VIDD, that means the ventilator-induced deficiency of diaphragma, these patients need an intensive and effective zacrolytic therapy. So the thing is, how can you perform an intensive and effective zacrolytic and inhalative therapy? So the effective zacrolytic therapy can be performed via bronchoscopy. That's a common thing, we know about it. So you can perform it by high flow ventilation to make it easier to the fluid of the patients, and you can perform and use the frequencer. The frequencer is from a Canadian Domesto company and Inspiration Medical, which functions with 42 hertz sound waves to make the secret more fluid, so the patient can cough it out. And you can use the cough assist. That is an additional equipment by neuromuscular diseases. And you can mobilize the patient by physiotherapy. So these are together effective methods for zacrolytic therapy. But the addition thing is, how can you perform an inhalative effective therapy? So we can measure it with aeroneb inhalation. I don't know if you have heard the word aeroneb inhalation. Aeroneb inhalation is from the firm Hygiene, from the company Hygiene. And with this inhalation, you can reach 17% of lung deposition in compare to 3% by conventional nebulizer. So that is a main difference between 17% and 3% by conventional nebulizer. So what can you do with that? So you can perform an effective inhalation, anti-obstructive therapy, and inhalative antibiotic treatment if you want it. So the other thing is the aerosphere delivery technology from the company AstraZeneca. What is that? The aerosphere delivery technology is function with active particles who are connected to a aerodynamic phospholipid particles. Phospholipid particles are neutral carrier and a component of lung surfactant. So with this method, you can reach 35% lung deposition. So with this effective inhalation therapy and with this effective zacrolytic therapy, we have a more success by our weaning process. The mortality is decreased, the weaning success is increased, and the weaning duration is decreased. So the development of multi-drug pathogens, multi-drug resistant pathogens is decreased because the weaning duration is decreased. So you can reach with an effective inhalation, and you can reach with an effective zacrolytic therapy a more success by prolonged weaning. So that's what I wanted to report to you. There are several studies, Pinnacle 1 and Pinnacle 2 and Pinnacle 3, which have a large population studied about this lung deposition of 38%. And we have amazing success on our respiratory intensive care unit with this tooth method. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, love. That was very interesting. I don't
It
know
was
if
a
there's
pleasure for
anyone
me.
with
Thank you.
some questions. It seems you were very clear. There's no one asking any questions.
It was a pleasure for me. Nice to talk to you.
Thank you. It was
I
nice
hope
to
next
talk to you
time
as well.
we see us physically, perhaps in Zurich, in the Swiss,
Yes.
next year.
Yes. Yes. So here, all the presentations here, they've completed. All the presenters are done, and Prof. Goldman and his team also. Their session was wonderful, and they are done. So for the day today on the program, we are done. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
All right. Bye. We're going to log off now.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
You can hear, we can start the presentation.
Hello?
Hello, you can start the presentation, we can hear.
Oh, can you see my presentation?
Yeah.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Ana Ruth Cadena Suarez. I'm from Mexico. I am from the National Institute of Respiratory Diseases, which is located in Mexico City. And I'm about to present a review entitled Role of microRNAs in signaling pathways associated with the pathogenesis of idiopathic pulmonary fibrosis, a focus on epithelial mesenchymal transition. Okay. So I will start by talking about a little bit of idiopathic pulmonary fibrosis. This is a progressive, chronic, and devastating disease with few therapeutic options, which affects lung parenchyma. And it is caused by chronic epithelial lung injuries, which causes a basal membrane destruction with the consequent myofibroblast activation and extracellular matrix synthesis. And also one of the most important characteristics of this disease is the epithelial mesenchymal transition, which we are going to see a little bit further. And well, everything begins with the epithelial cell injury. And there's a dysregulation in the proliferation of fibroblasts and an impaired regeneration with low apoptosis activity. And there is also a mesenchymal response to this injury, which causes a resistance to apoptosis, myofibroblast differentiation, and matrix deposition. Okay, so the epithelial mesenchymal transition process in IPF is characterized by a fibroblast foci in the subepithelial layers of the lung parenchyma, close to the areas with epithelial cell injuries. So whenever there is an injury in the lung epithelium, there will be a fibroblast foci, which will cause disrupted tight cell-to-cell junctions. And also, it will cause an upregulation of mesenchymal specific factors like alpha smooth muscle actin, fibronectin, and collagen, which these are the main components of the extracellular matrix. And also, all of these will cause a tissue fibrosis progression. So now I'm about to talk a little bit of microRNAs, which are called miRNAs as well. And these miRNAs are single-stranded non-coding RNA, and they have the characteristic of being cell, organ, and tissue-specific miRNAs. And they intervene in the regulation of cellular processes, such as apoptosis, proliferation, and cell differentiation. And if these miRNAs present an aberrant expression, they can lead to the development of diseases such as fibrosis and cancer. So now, which is the main function of miRNAs in IPF? Well, they can act as profibrotic and antifibrotic miRNAs. So this will cause progression in the disease, but it can also make the disease to stop. So miRNAs can regulate a single gene, or numerous genes can be affected by a single miRNA, which can cause the progression of IPF. And if we could have a better understanding of these miRNAs involved in IPF, especially in the IPF pathways, we could elucidate a little bit more the IPF pathogenesis, which isn't cleared enough in these days. Also, they can be a diagnostic biomarkers and a novel therapeutic, and they can be considered as a new therapeutic option. And now, sorry. So there are numerous signaling pathways involved in the IPF. So, but the most studied ones are the ones that are mediated by a SMAD function and not mediated by a SMAD function. Can you hear me? I'm sorry, I had a problem with my computer.
I can go on. You can hear your talks.
Okay, thank you. So we have a non-SMAD mediated pathway, which starts with TGF beta. And this one is the main activator of this pathway. And well, this is bounded to the latency associated peptide. And if it's associated with this one, peptide, it's not able to act in this pathway. But it can be activated as well with the insulin-like growth factor, interleukin-1, and connective tissue growth factor. So this can activate TGF, and it will have his action in the TGF receptor 1 and 2. So these receptors will phosphorylate, and they will activate SMAD2 and SMAD3, which are the main activators in nucleus way. They will travel from the cytoplasm to the nucleus, and they will activate through SEB1 and 2 and SNAIL1 and 2, E-cadherin, which will lead to the epithelial mesenchymal transition. It will also cause the activation of profibrotic genes, collagen expression, and fibroblast differentiation and proliferation. And in a non-SMAD mediated pathway, we have another mediators, but the most important one is the SMAD mediated pathway. And also we have another way of activation of IPF signaling pathways, which regulates fibroblast growth, proliferation, apoptosis, and collagen production. This is the WNT pathway and phosphatidylinositol pathway. So the first one, which is PE3K, it will induce the profibrotic mTOR pathway 1 and 2, and mTOR1 controls cell growth, and mTOR2 controls cell proliferation. So it will also, well, these mTOR receptors are found to be downregulated. So this will cause an increase in cell growth and cell proliferation. And also it will activate AKT, which will phosphorylate FOXO3, whose main function is to inhibit cell cycle due to CDK inhibitor protein P27, which promotes G1 arrest in the cellular cycle. However, FOXO3 is abnormally low in IPF fibroblast because its main regulator, which is P10, is poorly expressed. So we will have an increase expression of profibrotic genes, and a decrease in collagen degradation. And WNT have the same destiny. It will cause an epithelial mesenchymal transition and also will increase profibrotic genes through beta-catenin, and it will cause also an increase in metalloproteinases. So the study is focused on the main miRNAs that are involved in these signaling pathways, which has been studied by a lot of authors. And our purpose is to have them all together and to try to explain their function in these signaling pathways, and of course the impact that they have in the disease. So as an example of miRNAs associated with the pathogenesis of IPF in a SMAD-dependent way, we have miRNA 21, which was studied in a fibrosis mice model, and its function is profibrotic. Its target of action is SMAD2, 3, and 4. I forgot to tell you that SMAD4 is the main regulator of SMAD2 and 3, which will cause a decrease in the action of SMAD2 and 3 with the consequent, how can I say, with the consequent, it will cause a lower profibrotic gene expression and also a lower epithelial mesenchymal transition. So this miRNA is found to be upregulated in IPF, which will cause an activation of this SMAD pathway with the increase of this fibrotic process. All of these miRNAs, which are mentioned in this table, cause an activation of a SMAD-dependent pathway, and it will cause myofibroblast differentiation and also collagen deposition and extracellular matrix deposition as well. So the difference between them is the experimental model in which they were studied. So as an example, we have MIR 877-3P, which was also studied in a bleomycin mirroring model, and MIR 182-5P, which was also studied in a mice fibrosis model. And we have MIR 31, which was studied in a cellular line called A549. And all of them are found to be in a profibrotic role, but they regulate different SMAD, because also SMAD 7 and 6 are the regulators of SMAD 2 and 3. And here we have an example. For example, MIR 21 act in SMAD 2. Well, here we don't have the SMAD. Oh, yeah, we had the SMAD 2 and 3, and MIR 21 is found to be upregulated, so it will cause an increase on this expression of SMAD 2 and 3 with the consequent activation of fibroblast. And also we have MIR 877-3P and 182-5P, and 31, which are found to be upregulated as well, but they have profibrotic role by acting in SMAD7 and 6, which are the regulators of SMAD2 and 3 complex. And also we have another myrinas, which are found to be downregulated. I mean, the previous ones were found to be upregulated, so by its target of action, it will cause an increase in the epithelial mesenchymal transition and collagen deposition. But these myrinas are found to be downregulated in IPF. And even though they have an antifibrotic function in a healthy human being, due to their downregulated status, it will cause an activation of TGF beta activation, and also an increase on collagen expression and extracellular proteins deposition, and also the activation of the non-SMAD mediated pathway. Here we have some examples, and here we can see better that, for example, MIR 1343 is found to be downregulated, and its function is to regulate the TGF receptors, but as it is found to be downregulated, the TGF receptors will phosphorylate in a more easy way, so they will start the pathway of IPF pathway. And we have also, for example, MIR 184 and 85, which is the main activator of AKT, which is a component of non-SMAD mediated pathway in IPF. It will act in THOR, and it will cause myofibroblast activation and differentiation, and also collagen deposition. And we also have another kind of myrinas studied in bleomycin lung fibrosis model, and also in tissue, in cells of IPF people, with people with IPF, and they are found to be downregulated in this IPF status, and its function is to be antifibrotic myrinas, but as they are downregulated, they will have they will increase apoptosis resistance, which will lead to fibroblast survival, and with the consequent collagen deposition and the fibrosis progression. So as conclusions, we have that IPF is characterized by fibroblast and myofibroblast accumulation derived from epithelial mesenchymal transition, which have the ability to overproduce extracellular matrix, and also several signaling pathways associated with cell differentiation and migration are activated. Also, that dysregulated expression of myrinas could have an important role in the pathogenesis of IPF, and the understanding of these pathways and molecular mechanism could help us suggest both new diagnostic biomarkers and strategies for IPF treatment. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Ala, for this beautiful presentation. And I hope this is the end of this meeting. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining this event.
Thanks all for joining for today's conference.